Здравствуйте. Ага. Назначьте меня, пожалуйста, переводчиком, а то я как участник почему-то зашла. Это Гаини Нуркабаева, я англо-русский переводчик.
Ганида, здравствуйте, Рим это.
Здрасте, Рим.
Здрасте,
Ага.
ага. Чуть-чуть подождите, да, мы сейчас сделаем все.
Хорошо, спасибо.
Ага, ага.
Рим. Алло, здравствуйте, проверка звука. Как меня слышно?
Вас слышно хорошо.
Здравствуйте, Владимирович. Рад вас видеть. Я пока не показываюсь. Включусь, когда буду выступать. Хорошо, спасибо большое. Я отключаю со звуком.
Альберто, вы меня слышите?
Yes.
Окей.
Да.
Кто дает команду на начало?
I think we can start as soon as it's 10 o'clock. So, yes.
Ручку дай. И потом, подожди, когда листать, ты мне... Сейчас, минуточку.
Уважаемые коллеги, доброе утро. Мы начинаем буквально через 2 минуты. Начнется трансляция. Құрметті әріптестер, қадірменді конференция қатысушылары, қайырлы таң. Алматы менеджмент университетінің ұйымдастыруымен ұлттық сенім кеңесі мен Қазақстан азаматтық альянсының қолдауымен өткізіп жатқан қоғамдық сенім және әлеуметтік капитал атты халықаралық онлайн конференциямызға қош келдіңіздер. Қадірменді конференция қатысушылары, қайырлы таң. Алматы менеджмент университетінің ұйымдастыруымен ұлттық сенім кеңесі мен Қазақстан азаматтық альянсының қолдауымен өткізіп жатқан қоғамдық сенім және әлеуметтік капитал атты халықаралық онлайн конференциямызға қош келдіңіздер. Бүгінгі күн біздер үшін өте маңызды. Себебі бұл іс-шарамыз 14 желтоқсан, яғни екі маңызды оқиғаның Қазақстан Республикасының тәуелсіздік күні мен кеше ғана өткен Алматы менеджмент университетінің құрылған күні құрметіне ұйымдастырылып жатыр. Дорогие коллеги, уважаемые участники конференции, мы рады приветствовать вас на диалоговой площадке, созданной AlmaU с целью проанализировать исторические, политические и социально-экономические аспекты общественного доверия и социального капитала. Сегодня наши спикеры предоставят всестороннюю оценку возможностей, которые позволят выстроить конструктивные отношения между государственными органами, гражданским обществом, бизнесом, СМИ и вузами для укрепления общественного доверия и развития социального капитала. Также будут освещены проблемы, которые в настоящее время сдерживают этот процесс. Why AlmaU initiate this conference on public trust and social capital? In modern society, we delegate important aspects of our well-being to the four institutions of business, economics, well-being, government, national security and public policy, media, information and knowledge, and NGOs, social causes and issues. In order to feel safe, delegating important aspects of our lives and well-being to others, we need to trust them and to act with integrity and with our best interests in mind. Trust, therefore, is at the heart of an individual's relationships with these institutions and by associations. If trust in these institutions diminishes, we begin to fear that we are no longer in safe, reliable hands. Without trust, the fabric of society can unravel in the detriment of all. From an institutional standpoint, trust is a forward-looking metrics. Unlike reputations, which is based on the organization's historical behavior, trust is a predictive whether stakeholders will find you credible in the futures, will embrace new innovations you introduce, and will enthusiastically support or defend you. For these reasons, trust is a valuable asset for all institutions, and ongoing trust building activities should be one of the most important strategical priorities of every country and organizations. And similarly, social capitals as a sum of resources that is in the foundations of family relations and in social organizations of the community and helps cognitive and social development, helps to establish healthy relationship with the trust and the values of society. Уважаемые коллеги, я еще хочу предоставить небольшую...
Distinguished colleagues, I would like to also share with you some brief technical information. I would request all our participants of the conference who are not yet participating in the discussion to please don't forget to mute your microphones. The conference will be conducted in three languages: Kazakh, Russian, and English. So the speaker will need to choose the language that they will speak, and the audience can choose the language that they will listen into the conference. You know that our conference is being broadcasted in our social media and also on YouTube. So you can choose your own language, and please pay attention that the speakers that want to speak Kazakh, they do need to choose the Korean as an option. For Zoom, regretfully still does not have Kazakh for this translation, but hopefully that for the next conference, Zoom will fix this issue. Now, our participants, our audience in social media, please pay attention that in our program, after every session, we have set aside time for discussion. You can ask your questions to the speakers and participate in the discussion. We're happy to welcome you once again, and now we're starting our program. Distinguished colleagues, so for the first welcome remarks, we have invited State Secretary of the Republic of Kazakhstan, distinguished Krymbek Kusherbayev. Distinguished Asylbek Bazarbayulu, I congratulate all the participants with the International Online Conference on Public Trust and Social Capital. You know, as the program Ruhani Жаңғыру, Spiritual Renaissance, set by the first president Nur-Sultan Nazarbayev, has set specific goals, and development of culture is very important. So this initiative of the president is there to provide for better interaction of the society and the government. These projects are based on the spiritual legacy of Al-Farabi and Abai, great sons of the great steppe. Social capital in the Republic plays special role. Our famous scientists, as well as internationalists, Michael Wilcock, Theory, and many others have spoken on the importance of public trust, and Francis Fukuyama has also laid forth many ideas for societies. And in this regard, in these conditions, to build a nation, we know it's important to let the citizens associate and develop very harmoniously. And that provides for prospering society. The speaker is very hard to hear. And we shouldn't allow for antagonistic opinions. However, there are still problems in the society that need to be solved, but we need to engage in active dialogue, and civil society with the government need to work in coordination, because unity leads to spiritual revival, and a nation is to be based on accord in the society, and that's the heights of nation building. So to speak of the basics, with the social capital, we should mobilize all our efforts and resources for the development of the society. In this regard, every opinion and proposal to be expressed at today's conference, in this conference, they will be very important, and I am grateful to the Almaty Management University, and I wish the conference all the success. We're grateful to the distinguished State Secretary of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Krymbek Kusherbayev, for the support of the conference, and I'd like to give the next floor to the Minister of Information and Social Development of the Republic of Kazakhstan, distinguished Aida Balayeva, who had kindly sent her welcome remarks for the conference. Let me read this out. Distinguished Asylbek Bazarbayeva, distinguished conference participants, first and foremostly, I would like to congratulate you with the coming greatest holiday, the Independence Day of our country, and anniversary of establishment of AlmaU. Thank you for the invitation to the conference. I'm confident that the recommendations developed in the course of the conference will find their practical application in life. Today, the theme of public trust and social capital being held in your university is not by chance. Almaty Management University is and has been applying very many efforts as an educational institution for the development of public accord and development of public trust. Head of State Qasem-Jomart Tokayev had mentioned of importance of these dimensions. A state should develop to become a state that listens in and hears all citizens. This hereupon decree of the president, the concept of development of civil society in Kazakhstan has been approved. The document speaks of the main importances and serves development of civil society, improvement of well-being, improving the level of society, and integrity is the basis of building a civil society, important for all of us. And I wish therefore success to the work of the conference. As you know, upon instruction of the head of state, a concept of being implemented of the hearing state, which has become a key mechanism for the development of extremely timely decisions, which would use widest involvement of the public. For instance, the National Council of Public Trust, created by the initiative of the president, has strengthened dialogue between the people and the authorities, elevating this dialogue to a level development of constructive dialogue among institutions of civil society and the state. This year, presidential decree approved the program for development of civil society in the Republic of Kazakhstan. The document sets forth conditions for development of civil society, its institutions, and involvement of citizens in discussions and decisions of key issues for the state and the public. Second, the role of public councils is improving, elevating to a different level. There are measures to create public councils in the quasi-government sector, speaking of their authority and the composition. The norms of the law that is being prepared will take into account openness of the government and quasi-government sector. Thirdly, the ministry is developing law on public control. Adoption of this law will allow to directly involve citizens in the state governance matters. Next year in Kazakhstan, we'll see online petition as an institution. All of this is to strengthen public trust and increase the level of social capital in the society. And today, on the eve of independence of Kazakhstan, I would like to cordially congratulate all participants of the international conference, wish you successful work and achievements. We are also grateful to the distinguished minister, Aida Balayeva, for her kind words to the organizers and participants of the conference. And I would like to continue our conference and give the floor to one of the key initiators of this conference, president and founder of AlmaU Management University, distinguished Aslbek Bazarbayevich. Aslbek Bazarbayevich, I know that you've been thinking about this idea for a long time and had paid a lot of attention to this. So first of all, congratulate me with that, and I give you the floor.
Қайырлы таң, құрметті әріптестер,
Good
қадірлі
morning, distinguished colleagues, dear participants. Today I am very happy because, first of all, the AlmaU Management University has organized this conference on public trust and social capital for the first time ever in the country. Secondly, this activity, this conference, is taking place right before the Independence Day of the Republic of Kazakhstan, and availing myself of this opportunity, I would like to congratulate you with this upcoming national holiday. Today's topic, the public trust and social capital, was chosen so that we could all see and we could also research new opportunities for development of the civil society and of the country. On one side, public trust is an open, positive relationship between the people that have confidence in benevolence and goodwill of the other person with whom the trustee is in a certain relationship. On the other hand, the trust is understood as the preparedness to follow the rules of the game that accepted in society, such as pay the debt or perform the duties and so on, according to some authors. According to Fukuyama, who is the founder of this notion in the world, studying the public trust, and in the field of studying the public trust, the success of trust doesn't depend on the market or doesn't depend on the tradition or sticking to the tradition, depends on one element of the culture, level of trust in existing in the society. The law, the contract or economic purpose is unnecessary. However, they're not sufficient for stability and well-being. And the dean of Moscow State University's economy school, he said that the trust is the alternative source of development. Certainly, this issue has been studied for a while. To Confucian, for instance, says that in a well-administered state, you must have sufficient food, ammunition, and people should trust the administration. In some extreme situations, you can give up ammunition or food, but never the trust, because if the people stop trusting you, then the state will not persevere. Din Mohamed Kunaev also believes in trust. He said that trust is a very powerful force. It can move the mountains. Again, Francis Fukuyama, especially during the pandemic, he said that big public trust and the competent leaders who instill trust can help the country overcome the crisis. Mr. Tokayev, our president, has also noted the importance and significance of receiving the feedback from the citizens of our country. He said that the success of combating the pandemic in many depends largely on the level of trust. And the trust actually depends on understanding and sympathy from the citizens towards the authority actions. The authorities must continue this continuous dialogue, uninterrupted dialogue, or speak about the problems and risks in an open and fair manner while offering some constructive solutions. At the same time, the president has added the public trust in the agenda of the country, and he says that the responsible state, responsible society, responsible citizen. Several activities have been undertaken, such as the National Public Trust Council was established, the concept of the hearing state was introduced, the political transformation, development of civil freedoms and rights, development of volunteer movement, the draft law on public control was initiated, introduction of openness and transparency, as well as accountability of national and quasi-national companies was introduced. The concept for development of civil society up to 2025 was passed. The new standards of the state service to the interest of the people were introduced that will be applied in the upcoming 3 years. The introduction of a service model at the Ministry of Interior, actually that's a pain point, the sore point for the society as a whole, and introduction of the public councils at the level of semi-national companies. So these are very right decisions, very, very right steps that are yet to be implemented. On the other hand, the public trust in the world is being measured all over the globe. There is a global barometer, trust barometer, and actually it does the yearly service to detect the trust in a variety of countries. If you look at the slide, then the red stands for lack of trust and the blue stands for lot of trust. So in the last year, Saudi Arabia, for instance, has dropped by 9 positions in level of trust. The Emirates by 6, Hong Kong by 5 positions, Canada by 3 positions, the US by 2 positions. I think that has to do with coronavirus pandemic, but not only. And this evaluation is based on the population indicators as well as 2 individual categories. Amongst the education, informed public and mass population are the residents who are the citizens who do not have higher education. So if you look at this chart, then you see that Russia in the, distrust number 29, whereas Kazakhstan is not even in this list. The global conclusions of Edelman Trust Barometer indicate that the trust to every sector is based on 2 pillars, competence and ethics. The sectors, the government, is least unethical and least competent. Media, unethical, but more competent. Business, competent, unethical. And the civil society, NGOs, they're ethical, but less competent. And that is the average evaluation all over the globe. And Kazakhstan is not here in that on the list. And I believe because we have certain difficulties related to, trust, ethics, and competences. However, I believe that these kind of conclusions can be extrapolated to Kazakhstan as well, easily. Now, let's look at the people. Let's look at the informed people, people of higher education and mass population, the people who do not possess any education. And you can see that in all the countries, well, they're listed here. In any case, people, I mean, we have mass population, their trust to the country, to the state, is lower by 7, 13, 10, and 21 out of 100. For instance, in Germany, the mass population trusts the government less by 21% than informed public. In France, 21 again. In the UK, 18. Sorry, Germany was 20. So that way, the authors of the report recommend, when enhancing the public trust, to focus on education and awareness raising, and also to encourage the businesses to take the decision not on the basis of the revenue and profits, but on the basis of interests of all stakeholders, not only shareholders, but staff, clients, and civil society. I believe that this is a very important and interesting findings applicable to Kazakhstan as well. Another survey that was done in Kazakhstan by Friedrich Ebert Foundation in 2018. So they believe the blue stands for trust, the red stands for do not trust, and purple stands for I don't know. So, and the institutes that are least trusted in Kazakhstan are the banks, large-scale private companies, police, large national companies, courts, healthcare, trade unions, and even Kazakhstani NGOs. And the highest trust is apparently entrusted with the Institute of the President, is invested in the Institute of the President. Now let's look at another ranking. The Forum of Strategic Initiatives, who did this measurement in 2018 and 2019, and they measured how the authority institutes are trusted in Kazakhstan. So if you look in 2018 and 2019, you can see that significant decline in trust and serious increase in distrust towards all the power institutions or authority institutions. Well, the reasons for such decline, and I believe the main reason for public pessimism, is the growth of inequality in the society. That has to do with the unfairness of the existing system. The general public believe that public institutions, business, NGOs, mass media, and the authorities in particular act exclusively for the sake of a narrow circle of individuals and not the society as a whole. Nepotism and corruption, inequality and belief in unfairness of the current economic situation strengthen fears about the future and gives rise to uncertainties. There's no measurement, there's mechanism to measure the efficiency of state program, and also there are no reports showing or demonstrating the efficiency of such program. Pessimism and lack of trust in society, actually that has to do with quality of information, is a global trend. The fake information, fake news become the new weapon of informational war. How can we strengthen the public trust under the circumstances of increased demand for justice, fairness, and truth? We believe that the key here is to build effective partnership between the authorities, civil society, businesses, mass media, and universities. And it's not something that has to be raised by the president only. It has to be something that the government should care about, and the ministries, and the municipalities. We all need, while supporting the president, we need to see new officials, the new officials of the new qualities, who are not just educated, who are not only experienced, but who are there for the mission to serve the country. Civil service should see the civil society, should treat the civil society as the resource to support political reforms. We need to enhance the professional level of NGOs, being the main driver of civil society development, strengthening of independent media, enhancing the social responsibility of the businesses, the role of the universities in delivering the third mission on top of education and science, but also developers or drivers of civil society. We need to introduce civic education. The education itself, although seriously criticized, actually it's not that bad. However, we have some difficulties or problems related to civic education, because oftentimes the faculty or the professors do not know their own rights and freedoms, and cannot profoundly defend them, and don't even understand that deeply. We need to develop some service aimed at development of public trust. We need to build collaboration with Edelman Trust, so that the data on Kazakhstan were presented and included in the global ranking as well. The society with the low level of trust will never reach out to, or will never win from prospects opened up and discovered by the information technologies. And one underestimated tool of development of public trust is the development of social capital.
Только в начале 20 века. Финансовый капитал, банки и финансовые инструменты появились через 20 лет.
Well, the financial capital, they occurred, and then the market developed, and in just 20 years they began talking about development of human capital, which is a very important driver for any economy.
Была вручена Нобелевская премия за изучение проблем человеческого капитала и его роли.
No Nobel Prize was established to evaluate and to appreciate the contribution to the human capital development. So when the human economic capital is the foundation of the business, well, human capital is the product of education. Well, social capital is the product that is generated by the civil society. Although the multilateral development of human capital is necessary for development of social capital, civil society is the tool for forming human capital and the main storage, so to say, of social capital, without which you cannot really be talking about success or efficiency of any serious project aimed at modernization of society. The social capital is the result of interaction of people who trust each other. On the other hand, when you have the social capital, that allows you to address some problems based on its own capacities. And at the same time, there is open social capital communities, such as bridging capital, which create the wide radius of trust and which expand or apply the universal moral shared by the whole society, and implies establishment of wide coalitions. Actually, city and urban lifestyle implies development of open social capital. That's very useful for society and for the economy. However, there are groups with with very narrow or even isolated social capital that have very small radius of trust. So it means that the morale is limited and is applied to only the members of the group. And there are usually some clans with exclusive access that pursue some individual goals. The structure of social capital sees the social capital as the trust between the people, norms of civic behavior, and public networks. And public networks, well, they used to exist before the social media. However, now the social media and public media or public networks are merged. The elements of social capitals are the connection between the people, social networks, interaction, trust, and civil dignity. Social capital is the capability of people to work together for the achievement of one shared goal. The social capital is the glue that helps us develop on the basis of a trust between each other. The society of many worthy but isolated individuals is not always rich with social capital, and I believe that is an item that has to do with Kazakhstan. But there are some global indexes as well. For instance, the solubility. This is the social capital of the sustainable competitiveness index by solubility. I mean, generally, that's the index. However, inside it has a social capital index. If you look at this index, then you can see that Kazakhstan is on the 54th position. That's even better than Russia. That's on the 99th place. We're close to Uzbekistan, which is on the 53rd place here. And why do we need these kind of indexes? We need to understand our location in comparison with the others, and also we need to take it as a segue to improve. So if we're not in different indexes covering the public trust, and we do not know where we are, we do not know how to improve our position. Well, clearly, we're not working to be marked somewhere in indexes or rankings. However, they understand us to understand us the general map. They understand us. They help us understand the future and the way forward. For instance, the freedom, equality, healthcare, life in the country. These are the criteria of social capital. Lack of deterioration of social cohesion leads to decline in productivity, health, increased crime, and provokes social tensions that also block economic development and growth. On the other hand, the Sustainable Development, the United Nations Development Program, and its own method and evaluation of social capital. I mean, there must be a number of such evaluations on surveys. However, we must choose the ones that will help us, our country, make the most effective machine for improving our situation. In this very project,
Есть. Один город они
we
оценили.
have only one line. They have evaluated only one city. However, for instance, if you take Albania, there you have the number of lines. They have different 10 cities of Albania that were assessed. And they also measure non-tangible activities as through climate, the overall climate, so to say. The overall climate trust measures taxes, investment, helpfulness, friendliness, and hospitality.
Мне кажется, что эти все показатели очень
I believe all of these indicators are very, very interesting for Kazakhstan, but we need and we must be part of these rankings as well. On the other hand, we can't say that we never had social capital. We don't have a social capital. We can't really say that. I believe that in Kazakhstan, we have very strong and powerful foundation for development of social capital, the new social capital. However, the old, the social capital of the 15th and 70s, we had pretty serious capital from them. First of all, we were military, nomadic, steppe democracy. Well, as you remember, the laws, I mean, there wasn't a strong hierarchy of laws, there wasn't instruction, there wasn't a police who would, or there wasn't any military who would protect the country. And people, you know, had to subdivide into tribes, into families and clans. And should that be necessary, every clan or every tribe would provide certain ammunition and certain army, certain people. So along with people came horses, came forage, came food. So they would come as ready to fight self-administered units. So what's interesting is that kind of structure, when you act as a tribe, helped avoid betrayal or treason. You can't really go anywhere. You can't really run away. You cannot really give in, or if the whole tribe is there with you. On the other side, we have other traditions such as Yeruluk. For instance, if there's a new neighbor, the whole country helps, or the whole people help, or Asar. When something bad happened, when tragedy happened, you all help. These things help to strengthen the capital. 7 ancestors, that's something that keeps us avoiding breeding, that keeps us the genetic purity of the nation, of the people. On the other hand, this kind of understanding the 7 ancestors helps you also know where all the people are. Well, whenever there is a new visitor, they will always, you know, the senior people would always ask you where you came from, what your ancestors are. You know, in the past times, the guests would come to you at night or anytime. So, and that is why that kind of identification of all the 7 ancestors will help you understand the person's origin, and that person would understand that he was identified, that he was detected, and you can't really do anything bad because they will immediately tell you, immediately find you and track you because they know your 7 ancestors. Also, there were three categories of relatives, sort of your own relatives, your mother's relatives, and your father's relatives, in-laws, your mother's relatives and in-laws. So, on the other hand, it helped to bring people together. They helped the cohesion. However, they were not random. They were not occasional. They were all based on relation. And actually, understanding where you came from was very important. And sometimes you could be shunned from your own tribe if for doing something really horrible, horrific. And you know, Kazakhs even have a saying that you better be a slave amongst your own than being the ruler on some other country. And actually, that's the wisdom that demonstrates the tribal connection, tribal link, and social solidarity of the nomadic community. Although right now we don't have that kind of structure of social connection. Also, the like yurt, for instance, the nomadic houses, but the relatives, the relational or relative connections are preserved, and we have this foundation that we could use. This untapped potential, so to say. Unfortunately, the state still fails to agree upon, in an unpainful manner, the interest of all the stakeholders. The lack of trust and poor development of social capital is one of the reasons of a poor entrepreneurial activity, of general public, and decline of economic growth. It is particularly important to study the public trust in social capital, and I believe that resulting conclusions may help identify the further vectors for the country's development. The most of the research are based on values, identifying the beliefs and norms in pre-industrial period. It is important to transform the social capital, to study the transformation of social capital of Kazakhstan during Soviet times and after the independence. So we need the strategy of social modernization of Kazakhstan with a referral to these findings. The family business and the concept of family business support is also another strong pillar for development of social capital in the country. The system of ovulation of social capital all over Kazakhstan and large cities could be very helpful, similar to what UNDP does. And I believe the tribalism is criticized, and I know we have it, and people believe that Kazakhstan is a tribalist state, and actually it prevents us from using fully the potential, the capacity of tribalism. In fact, the tribalism is a war against one another, and that's not what we have. The breaking into tribes does not imply that does not mean tribalism. It actually helps you subdivide the society in order to understand every aspect of society and to work individually with every part of the society. So I believe that social capital and updated public contract lead to sustainable public development. Thank you.
Огромная благодарность за содержательный доклад. Действительно, вы...
Distinguished Asylbek Bazarbayevich, thank you very much for this contribution. I believe you have brought up a very important issue of establishing a model, a Kazakhstani model of social capital, which we also want to hear from other speakers. And of course, all my colleagues are interested in the role of education and literacy in the perception by the populace and general public and general issues of trust. So thank you very much. From our audience, we are getting questions that will be asked in the end of the session, in the Q&A session. Now we're going to give floor to our next speaker. Today, we will hear from the chairman of the steering committee of the regional hub of the civil service in Astana and chairman of consultative council of AlmaU School of Politics and Law, Alikhan Baimenov. Please, you have the floor. If you want to speak Kazakh, I request that you kindly please choose the option of Korean language for you to speak so that our translators can hear you in Kazakh and translate it to other channels. Good day. Thank you very much. And do I need to switch to the Korean channel or the audience? The audience. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Firstly, my gratitude goes to the organizers of the conference for raising a very important issue. I was just telling Yerbol Zainadulna of the organizers that I am not currently in my office, therefore the quality of connection may be volatile and it's possible that no video feed will be available. Can you hear my voice well? Yes, we hear you just fine. Thank you for your participation. We have been appreciating for a very long time cooperation with AlmaU, and I'm looking forward to further years of cooperation. Distinguished participants of the conference, as the speakers before me have mentioned, trust is a very important value. And for our kind of society, in transitional period, a society like ours needs modernization, and trust becomes very important in order to take up the path of sustainable development. The trust between the society and the power should be at a high level, especially in these times when if we're to take the pandemic as a notion that has been affecting us for an extended period of time, just in this year, very important things have came about, that governance and that the administrative power is very important and is a pillar in such difficult times. We saw that throughout the globe. And in this situation, without trust, there would be a lot of doubt that administrative decisions that were taken in very press conditions would be something. And I remember the recent events when MP of the Russian parliament, Nikonov, was just one phrase has brought a lot of misunderstanding in to the trust between two societies and between two states, and it's will take a lot of effort to fix this trust issues after just one phrase thrown by one irresponsible person. And I believe the importance of this conference is not just a discussion, but the fact that this conference and the many discussions that will follow will lead to a lot of thinking in the society. For the issue of trust has not yet been fully discussed or analyzed for our society. And the importance of trust has been highlighted by Kenneth Arrow, a Nobel laureate on economics, who said, in economics, any problem can be derived from lack of trust. Therefore, also trust is a fabric that brings together a society made of individuals, and trust turns a society into a society. And speakers before me, Naslbek Bazarbayeva, also have mentioned international studies. I will not elaborate further on those studies, but let's take our own society. What kind of important issues we have with forming trust? Firstly, we sh- have not fully departed our past. That was past of a system based on fear, and that fear was based on lack of understanding. And phobias and phantoms of that time are still with our society. And the power, the authorities, I cannot say is taking comprehensive measures to overcome those legacy issues. And this concern in large parts of the society can be overcome only with trust, and that takes work. With that, we need to build trust. And for that, points and lines along which fragmentation of the society is taking place should be identified and worked on, especially historical consciousness for spiritual reconnaissance, r- revitalization, renaissance is required. We all remember and miss our childhood, but the systems from that time, from political perspective, from civic perspective, we can lead our society to a common understanding that will also become one of the ways of overcoming fragmentation in the society. And I can say that trust has 7 pillars. First one of them is communication. Secondly, is professionalism and appreciation of labor. Thirdly, is skill for a security. Five is respect for the law, for the rules. Six is proper operation of social lifts. And seven is integrity and accord in the society. Looking at our society, where do we see major problems? Firstly, in communication. In communication, one of the highest causes for us is full-fledged use of the Kazakh language as a state language. If we cannot understand in the society, part of the society doesn't understand, if that part of the society doesn't want to listen to what you're saying, doesn't want to hear, even after 30 years of independence, living here, when they don't want to learn your language, the state and we as citizens must move forward so that our language is used in a full capacity. And the citizens that have not mastered the language will see that as an instrument that will increase trust to them. Secondly, respect for entrepreneurship and work. Yes, there's a lot by the government to be done in this direction. I'm surprised that there was time when Nur-Sultan Nazarbayev spoke that we should become society of labor. And the words of labor, of working, the value of it is being lost in the society. Without labor, there will be no progress. Look at the salaries of workers and incomes of owners of businesses, especially in mining. And as Edelman studies show, that difference leads to distancing. I'll take the example, just 1 week ago in the science, there were government awards granted. But if you to look at the list of authors of those papers, if they were to be nominated for Nobel Prize, how many of them would stay? Only 2 or 3. And there would be no people who have nothing to do with science. Third problem there is plagiarism. There are people who translate foreign papers or have someone author it but stick their name on it. I just tell my students I wanted to go through books, a very good book, Serving the Nation. But when it was printed in Kazakh, the author just has taken the authorship. But in fact, that book was published first in English and then in Russian, and no references were given, no quotations. And how many of these people are now enjoying degrees in science? It has turned into a very bad habit. It's plagiarism. So firstly, don't take someone's work, someone's time. You should respect that. It's someone else's work, and that is honesty. Of course, all studies speak of security. People will have more trust when there's security. Social lifts, they should work in every area of life. Then it will lead to mutual understanding of individuals from every stratum of the society. And of course, it lead to integrity, to openness, to integrity. International studies and comparing our life to results of the study showed that trust, as Errol was saying, is also one of the preconditions of economic development. Should there be no trust in society, you cannot build a joint stock company. In simple words, shareholders will not trust each other. It'll be hard to build professional circles, professional communities. And for any small group, for government, or even for minority shareholders, the government should protect minority shareholders' interests. And then we'll develop also economic patriotism. Once, about 20 years ago, I was commuting in US, and the driver was an advisor to US President Lyndon Johnson. All of a sudden, he's a retired person. He turned on the radio and was listening to the stock exchange. And I asked him, Chester, why do you need this? Why don't you listen to talk shows or music? And he says, my pension fund, as I was a civil servant of the state of California, has invested in ExxonMobil heavily. Therefore, should that company's performance be great, then I'm good. That is example of economic patriotism. And trust is important for the development of economy as well. And in law enforcement, in rule of law, if we provide equal playing ground for everyone, not protecting just interests of small groups, then we'll provide way for better development of economy. Now, looking at our history and our culture, we have values that are very high level. Generally, Kazakh culture is special in the way that it's adaptive, it's open, and it's tolerant. This, in any reform, in any modernization, should be used very actively. We should build on that. That's our advantage. That's where we have a step ahead. And it had developed for centuries in our society. This year, even that we managed public accord in these hard conditions is based on these values of the Kazakh culture. Asylbek Bazarbayev just mentioned the study of Edelman. What can we learn from that for this year, 2020? Trust can be damaged by an error of inequality, the distancing between the rich and the poor. Therefore, in economic policies, we should gradually move from giants, from oligarchs, looking more for the interests of those living poorly these days. At the time, Mahathir, in late 60s, early 70s, seeing a very small group of extremely rich, has summoned them and told them, if you were to continue these ways, tomorrow these masses will come to the streets and will take that wealth away. So, through privatization, through government investment, we should work on ways of improving the revenues of the most disadvantaged. And we have high level of difference between the poor and the rich. And I believe there should be taxation for heritage and for luxury, and we should speak of equality and provide for that through economic ways. I'm speaking of it because Edelman speaks of the developed nations, and our difference from the developed nations is for societies as ours, responsibility of the power is much higher in our country than in developed nations. Those developed nations, due to their historical paths, will immediately change their government through election or through other ways. Whereas in our society, that opportunity is not fully available. And therefore, the responsibility of the elites is very hard. Also, Engelhardt's cultural values map should be fully studied. That's a very important task for our sociologists, Edelman, Engelhardt. There are other researchers, and Friedrich, and a study held by Frederick Ebert Stiftung in 2018 is very important, as it was done here. We need to dive in that. Now, while Arrow says that all the problems can be derived from distrust, I believe that in Kazakhstan, all the issues, in the basis of every issue, is corruption and the matter of the state language. Therefore, alleviating corruption, combating it, is the main path of ensuring trust in our society. And one thing to say in last, hate and fake news that lead society in wrong directions. This is something we should fight. Fight those things, like the statements of Nikonov, or there are shows led by people like Solovyov and the likes. They disinform the society, and society is not fully equipped to test such false statements. So mass media should work on quality content. Secondly, we need to agree with the Russian side. Should such messages continue? So first we need to stop broadcasting those kind of shows. If it doesn't stop, maybe should ban whole Russian channels, because that's poison that leads to poisoning of minds. Secondly, fakes. For instance, in internet, frequently we hear Great Britain is switching to the Soviet education system, which is a lie. Another thing, if you were to read about me, sometimes they're right. In Japan, there are only 10,000 civil servants. No, in our understanding, their civil society, civil servants numbers is next to 1 million. So then again, another lie, fake news. So we should all work with respective ministry and civil society of properly informing the society. And the very last thing I would say is we should all stick to the main rule in maintaining trust. And for that, the elites and the government, the power, play a lot of role, because rich or poor, responsibility in the face of law should be the same. If a person that took a bribe of 2 million and then a person who took 500 tenge bribe, and they are sentenced to the same, there will be a lack of trust. And we know it takes millennia to develop values. In the past thousands of years, there was a religion. Now, in the past hundreds of years, it's the laws. So trust is a very important fabric of the work. And last thing to say, words and actions should not be separated, and should not be separated. They should work together, and that's the basis to increase the level of trust in other society. So in the end, I would like to say that not only the theme of the conference support, but it is also very timely. Generally, the months of Желтоқсан, December, is very important for the Kazakh history. The Alashaorda government was first built. Also, the basis of our government was created. The December uprising has shaken the consciousness of our society. Our independence came in December. So understanding the importance of the months of December, we should generally consider and announce the months of increasing public consciousness, relying on the works of the intellectuals of the Alash, and speaking of the December uprising. And if the AlmaU University is to start that initiative, I will not just simply support it, firstly as a citizen, but also as a leader of the Temir Kazakh Club. I will fully support you. Thank you very much.
Dear Mr. Baimenov, thank you very much for raising these very relevant and topical, urgent issues. And we will definitely take into account, and we will consider your proposals that you made during your presentation. And also, there are questions that are being received, addressed to you. We have speaker number 3 speaking now, and after that, we will be redirecting these questions to all you. We were able to hear you very well, and actually we listened to your presentation as if you had a PDF presentation in front of us on the screen. But now the floor will be given to our next speaker, Nurjan Altayev, who is amongst us. Mr. Altayev, we can see you. He's a member of the Majlis Parliament of Kazakhstan of the Sixth Floor. He is the ex-chairman of the Industrialist Associations, and I think the floor is yours now. Thank you very much, and good day, distinguished colleagues. I'm very happy to see you all at this very important conference. Well, I find it very interesting, very important. Thank you very much for organizing this. I'm very thankful to Mr. Kozhakhmetov for inviting me, for integrating me, and I believe that the topic is extremely relevant for the Kazakh society these days. I believe that building the public trust needs to be a key, a priority for the state, for all the state authorities, for the government, for the mayors, for the reforms and delivery of such reform that we've been discussing, and demand for which exists in society cannot be implemented without the public trust. I think that the government has lost the trust of the public, especially after the events we had this spring and summer related to the government's response to the pandemic, while in fact the public seems to have generally lost any trust in the government or in the authorities. To this end, I would like to speak about the responsiveness of the political system, to assess the capability of the authorities to receive and to process the signals from the society. The very famous American sociologist has introduced the responsiveness term, and that's a capability to respond and to receive the impulses that come from the surrounding. The better, the more effective the political environment responds to such impulses, the higher it is responsiveness and the higher is the sustainability or resilience, stability of the whole system. The stability or the sustainability of the political system requires that it meets the needs and demands of the society. That's something that we do not have really. And also the capability of the political system as a whole and all of its elements to adequately respond to the general expectations, concerns is also important. And that's particularly true when we're talking about the global economic crisis. I recently actually read the responsiveness study results for the last 10 years, and actually we can really rely on the conclusions of that study because the situation in our country has not changed in the last 10 years. And we can characterize the situation or relationship between the state and the society through the 10-year-old survey. Number one, the problems. The significance of the request to the authority are not expressed and are dissolved at the couloir conversations level. The lack of trust or distrust is a filter that stops the people from addressing their problems, raising the problems with the authority because they believe that the authority are unable to solve the problem. As a result, the authorities or the officials receive the information of the following kind. First of all, the local self-administration authorities receive complaints related to utilities, infrastructure, gentrification of the areas, and other painful issues for the society. The regional and central authorities receive complaints or letters related to the tariff growth, non-satisfaction with the utility services, the obsolete buildings, old buildings, employment, unlawful sacking and firing, additional allowances, inaccessibility of medication, request to fund some creative or sports initiatives, and so on. Also, legislative authorities of Kazakhstan receive requests on the related to the growth of tariffs, the complaints about law enforcement authorities, the judiciary, the corruption, lack of satisfaction with the pension and public transportation in the city. Number two, we all know that the channels for informing the authorities about the problem should be the parliament, local representative authorities, mass media, or addresses to the people, presentation of the experts and some politicians and political parties and public organizations. Unfortunately, the overwhelming majority of these institutions who are supposed to serve this function are just for the show, such as local representative authorities or the parliament, and we have to find this kind of complicated ways or channels to deliver this information to the authorities. So sometimes they have to the people have to come up with different public councils, which basically substitute the local executive authorities and local parliament. And for that, for instance, the National Public Trust Council was established, and the name of this council speaks for itself. It means that the people do not trust other institutions such as parliament, who's supposed to deliver this role, and then you have to come up with some other councils, councils such as public trust. So the political parties and local MPs, the reception officers are of poor efficiency, and they are supposed to be the ones who receive this information. And the media is criticized and no much trust. And actually, the higher trust is vested with the internet polls and surveys. While situation with rural residents is slightly different because they believe that only local authorities are aware of their problem, while the central government is very negligent about them. As for the information, so the most effective tool is the direct address of the citizens. For instance, most of the rural citizens have only 1 or 2 television channels and local newspapers. Very few have access to internet. However, the connection, the quality is very poor as well. Mechanisms of third mechanisms respond of the state to the response to the request of the different public authorities is that the authorities either respond to crisis or some events that threaten the stability, and the officials see that as a direct threat to be fired for this mistake or for error that happened during their responsibility period. Modernization of a country is connected with the social economic activity of the middle class, education of youth, and raising, generally economic raising and improvement of the lower class, because they generally do not believe that the state is capable of satisfying the social requests, the request of whatsoever. So we need to modernize the political system as well. I would also like to speak about the relationship between the businesses and the authorities. The business failed to understand the character and the scale of the government's efforts to overcome the crisis, but in fact suffered from the poor management of the authorities during the crisis of the pandemic. Throughout the whole pandemic lockdown and the quarantine, our union was in touch with the businesses. We covered all the problems related to the business that occurred for the business during the pandemic. And actually, that has very clearly demonstrated that there is no dialogue or trust between the business and the authority. The Union of Industrial Entrepreneurs, during its very short existence, has demonstrated that business is ready for political activities. And now we already have some internal motivated activity to address some of the post-crisis problems in the economy. I would like to say that our union is a non-governmental organization. Well, unfortunately, many associations, including those established by the businessmen, they're very formalistic. Well, they don't go from the bottom up, but from top down. So we have the NGOs, we have GNGOs, so the government established NGOs. So we have far too many gongos and far too few real authentic NGOs. Well, even the trade unions that were supposed to defend and protect the opinions and the rights of the labor force and the employees was somehow modified, and now we have an integrated system that has been criticized seriously by the global community. I'm confident that without the civic participation, without the activities of the citizens themselves, we cannot really build a vital or viable model of interaction between the society and the state. Like I said, the parliament, the court, and we all have these kind of democratic institutions, but their efficiency is very poor. They're pretty weak. They're not delivering what they're supposed to do, and they don't really reflect. They don't absorb, and they're unable to reflect the opinions of the general public of the society. All of these institutions must be citizen-centered, citizen-focused, because without the citizens, none of them have any meaning. Only the civic activity will bring some sense to the activity, to the operation. That's what they call the civil society. So it has to be, we're talking about the integrated, coordinated civil society that are capable to get together for the general public good. And it's called the civic culture. That's what we do not have. So in many societies, the civic activity is the foundation of everything. They have a high number of various NGOs, associations, charitable organizations, trade unions, and so on, up to different interest clubs. Even if we look at Turkey, for instance, in Turkish language, they have dernek, the union. So derneks are established continuously on any reasons, for any grounds. For instance, in order to solve some local problems or to help some individuals locally, they can bring together the lovers of poetry or plowing or I don't know, music to help all this. The countries of Northern Europe, as you know, Scandinavian countries are recognized as the most suitable countries, and actually they have a number of different voluntary organizations, up to choir singing clubs and up to up to trade unions. So this is the indicator of people's capability to bring together. So if people cannot get together for some small things, it means that they're unable to get together for some stronger or even more important things. What does that prove, actually? That the citizens understand the general good, the general sake of the society, and that is why they do and act together, because that's the manifestation of their trust. Unfortunately, during the Soviet times, this kind of capability to unite together has been terminated or even exterminated, but it has not been restored yet. And these kind of cultural elements were removed from the body of the nation. Mr. Kozhakhmetov has given some good examples of the Kazakh tradition that actually speak about the trust and speak about the capability to get together. And these are the elements, the pillars are the tribe, the faith, the belief that was a part of our cultural conscience. And unfortunately, it was removed in the society. So like the whole piece of meat was removed from your body. And clearly, such body will never be, will neither be healthy nor beautiful. And of course, that kind of body will be semi-alive. And actually, in fact, many of such body parts were removed. And we're talking about the traditions, the language, the customs, and the face as well. So that's what we have right now. We all live in our individual worlds. No one trusts anyone except the close ones. And the strong people, strong nation is the integrated, coordinated, united people, where the poor people is like sand. And that's actually the wisdom of Kazakh people speak about that sand never can turn into stone, whereas stone can never be like sand. So actually by orders or instructions, you cannot really fix anything. So there has to be strong political will on the side of the state. There has to be the will to hear, to listen to those societies and to try to respond to such society a certain way. A lot depends on ourselves as well. We will try to teach people to get together, and we need to develop this culture or this habit. And that's the only way for us to change this. Our union of industrial entrepreneurs is one of such small but important steps in building the constructive and trust relationship between the business and the society. The political party, which we're establishing right now, Yiltrege, is, I believe, is a big step, a big contribution to building a civil society in our country, contribution in building some democratic institutions in our country. So I believe this work will be continued very actively, and I hope that together we will persevere and achieve our goals. Thank you very much, Dr. Bolzhanovich, for your very comprehensive presentation and for the questions that you and issue that you have raised in your presentation. We're already getting some questions. So I would like to thank all the speakers of our plenary session for their interesting reports. Reports that caused interest amongst our audience. Well, before I pass on to Q&A, I would like to thank our partners, the National Council of Public Trust under the President of Kazakhstan and the Civil Alliance of Kazakhstan, who supported this conference. Together with us, we also have our informational partners such as Hola News and Billion Plus. So you can watch the streaming on their channels as well. So thank you very much for offering your platforms for streaming. Now we will start the Q&A part. The first question is addressed to Mr. Kozhakhmetov, and it goes as follows. What communication channels are preferred by the authorities to stay in touch with the general public? Social media or traditional media, or the text of the state programs and different addresses from the president or from the government? Mr. Kozhakhmetov, the floor is yours. Well, I believe the question, this is not a question, this is just a statement, or it's a rhetorical question. What I think what they're implying or driving at is that the authorities are not active really in direct communication, in really directly communicating and talking to the people. On one side, the changes are underway. For instance, all the Maslihat sessions will take place in the internet, and that's in terms of receiving the direct information. We have the annual reports of the ministries, of the mayors, of the CEOs of large companies, and the National Council of Public Trust and different public councils do exist in the region. So we have this kind of channel. However, it has been said in the Northern Europe, 50% of the citizens are members of different NGOs. For us, these indicators will be far more modest. That is why they have to be more councils. If people want to get together, if they want to talk, why not get together and sit down and discuss it? If you want to write an address, sign an address, yes, why not? So getting together and discussing it, I think it's important. So I think these kind of public councils should be helpful, should be instrumental in a sense, because we have the local councils, local get-together gatherings. I think that will offer a platform where people will be able to raise their questions and to express their concerns. I think what we're missing is that we have the concept of the hearing state. However, we are missing the concept of the talking, of the speaking state. Of course, the state must hear first, must listen. But who speaks is the president, or can be ministers, it can be mayors, but that's it. But I believe any representative of the state or of the state authority, the public authorities, must communicate a lot, must explain a lot, must deliver lots of speeches and presentations. So, we believe that if it's published, then it's okay. People are going to read it, people are going to understand it. But actually, no, that's wrong, because the number of information is overwhelmingly growing from day to day. And if there is a national program, state program, or some state activity needs to be delivered, it needs to be explained properly. Well, sometimes yes, you did not understand, you misunderstood us, and that's what the authority said, but it means that it has not been explained properly. So we have to have 10 times more explanation or 10 times more interpretation done than we have now. So this overall task of the government to deliver the message isn't there, is missing. But exactly that is exactly why, that's exactly the reason that we're having and hosting this conference, to sort of stir the discussion, to raise the issues that were ignored, that were omitted, to kind of give them more importance, give them more significance. Because the public trust is an important component for state development. And that is the component that has been ignored. I mean, that has been ignored, that has never been specifically isolated as an important issue, except for the national public trust costs. But they have to be councils at every level: city, region, district, even the small village. And then only if these councils become communicating and networking. So, and we do not need in a vertical structure, it has to be horizontal. There has to be some mutual exchange, mutual hearing and listening and talking and speaking to each other. And engaging the public authority is very, very important. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, Асылбек Базарбаевич.
Thank you very much, Asylbek Bazarbayevich. And the next question is addressed to Alikhan Baimenov, for it was asked specifically at the time of his contribution. In your opinion, how realistic are the prospects of development of civil service in Kazakhstan in the context of the hearing state that creates social lifts and equal opportunities for the national youth? Thank you very much for your question. Firstly, I would like to say that we must clearly define the terminology. Many, when they say civil service, they understand that generally as governance. When others speak of civil public governance, they only speak of civil service. Civil service is only part of governance. Governance, in turn, is a smaller system, but a political system at that, a subsystem. I relatively divide it into three layers as Russian dolls. The smallest doll, or the concentrical circle that is smaller, that is civil service, e-government, different directional agencies. They can be operational or technological systems. The second one is the administrative system that includes all the institutions, firstly of the executive branch, and third, the political system. So with all the achievements of the operational technological sphere, and those are clear. And analysis of Kazakhstan's ratings show that Kazakhstan is very high in the e-government rating. It's also very high in doing business rating, in competitiveness rating. Different ratings show high levels. And our system of civil service is also highly appreciated at OECD and OEC and UN. UN recommended that Kazakh experience to be shared through the region. The Kazakhstani reforms from 1999 are being studied and applied in practice by all the countries of the region. And I can, with full responsibility, say that many countries, any post-Soviet countries, have used the Kazakhstan's law of 1999 and the model of civil service as a model law for their laws. But when I speak of laws and model, it's one thing. When we speak of enforcement of the law, it's a different thing. There are difference. In the year 2000, it became a contest to enroll in civil service. First, they were objective. Then, officers of different levels had found a way. They started affecting the contest commissions. They couldn't affect the test results. No, through commission members. Now, what can you do? You need to come up with union mechanisms. You need to increase the responsibility of the members of the contest commissions. For many years, we were under the illusion that the more there are members of the contest commissions, the more objective results are. But no, it turns out in post-Soviet countries with our culture, it's other way around. The more members there are in a body, then there's a higher probability that predetermined decisions will go through. That's for selection of civil servants and for any projects. Like I said, the bright example of that is so-called NNS. So it is critical to do this work so that the social lifts would become operational. It's important to protect professionals. You know, when they speak of crew members or team crew movements or team movements, when after the first stage of results of reforms of 1999, I'm happy that the term meritocracy became a household word in Kazakhstan. So meritocracy now needs to be defended and continuously. When there is no election for the Akims, heads of executive power of districts and cities, it was important to create some sort of a filter to ensure some sort of stability in governing districts and cities. But then many governors of oblasts, Akims of oblasts, didn't like it. If you notice that in the third or fourth quarter, selection is not transparent for the core A civil servants. It wasn't very transparent before, and now it's not transparent at all. And it's very important that the political system supports this. We now spoke of the terminology by international researchers. I, for myself, say that a political system determines elasticity and acceptance for the whole society. The system has to be elastic, and that elasticity is set by the political power. So no matter how we develop the operational technological part of governance, the quarter of opportunity is established by the political system and the administrative system. And that is the paradox when in some indicators we're in top 30, but for some other indicators such as rule of law or corruption perception, we are out of the 100. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to address the question to Nurjan Baurjanovich from the audience. The question goes like this: what is the place in the state policy of the Republic of Kazakhstan of social capital? If we speak of responsiveness of the power in Akhorda and in the field, can institutions of civil society develop in our country truly? You now spoke of the Ernek culture in the Turkish Republic, which has historical traditions that were set forth back under the Ottoman Empire, when not only human rights were protected and people would associate to protect their rights, but there were also associations to protect animals, for instance. There were derneks that would protect migratory birds that would fly into Istanbul in winter, all the way to that neck. There were derneks in the Ottoman Empire of the day. But now, what do we do in Kazakhstan today, these days? What are the prospects for us, in your opinion? Attempts to build a civil society artificially, top to bottom, are practically impossible, especially when we see there are grassroots problems solving without solving which you cannot build a hearing state and a civil society, and that requires political reforms in the country. The world has not come up, unfortunately, with anything better than a democracy through a system that is built throughout the world. A truly operational, effective parliament, officials, officers elected by the people, MPs elected, elected governors, heads of regions, and only then we get to build a system of operation of power when government officers are responsive and responsible, when they hear the people and people can make the officials of different level hear and act accordingly. Only on that basis we can build a civil society. Because, like I've said on many occasions, officials, unfortunately, in our country, responsible and responsive not to the people, not to their constituency. No, their bosses who appointed them and those who get to fire them. They perfectly understand they're not elected by the people. Remember, a few years ago, there was this saying going around. Zagipa Yahyevna Balieva, she was uh, in charge of the election committee. She told the members of the parliament, "Don't forget how you ended up in the parliament." Our members of the parliament, MPs, perfectly understand that they're appointed by lists rather than elected, and the same is true for the government officials. They don't really see the need to listen to the people, to respond to their needs. They only have one customer, their boss, and they only responsive to the boss. And until we build a system of governance in our country based on election that is responsive and responsible and accountable to the population, we can't really speak of building a civil society. Yes, certain elements of civil society can be tried through funding, through creation of a wide range of NGOs, but if the government, if the power doesn't listen to, doesn't hear these NGOs, the civil society, it's just all in vain. And people also wouldn't want to associate because they'll understand that through such civil society, you cannot really solve any problems. They're not being heard. Therefore, I believe the grassroots problem is the lack of political reform in our country. Yes, perhaps at the initial stage, this thesis that economy first, politics then, it probably was right and it worked at some point, but no longer is effective. We really need true political reforms. Otherwise, we're going to face stagnation, including economy. An attempt to build a civil society will also end in failure and collapse without this very important grassroots issue. Thank you. Thank you, Nurjan Bajanovich. Our international participants are asking,
What kind of reforms are necessary to create it? То есть вы заявили, что в Казахстане отсутствует
so you stated that in Kazakhstan there is no civic culture, and now in answering this question, you're saying that reforms are needed. And what kind of reforms do you think are needed to create a civic culture in Kazakhstan, in your opinion? Like I already said, all those systems of governance, democracy, relationship between the society and the power as adopted throughout the world need to be introduced here. For instance, in election to the Majlis, the lower house of the parliament, we should switch back to the majority-based vote counting so that people can directly vote their representatives to the parliament. The most important legislature of the country. We must also elect officials at different level. First of all, akims of different level, of from rural districts to city districts to provincial akims. Also, we see how judges always take the side of the government budget, government institutions, never take the side of individuals, businesses, of so the judiciary is not truly independent. The parliament, in essence, also is not independent from the executive branch. And until we start with those reforms, I believe any attempt to build a civil society will be doomed to failure. I would like to reiterate, I'm not saying that we don't have a civic culture. We do have, but it is very weak yet. As in Soviet times, it was all really burned down. And in our days of independence, we need to develop this tradition and change, first of all, the minds and cultures of people. Thank you. Thank you very much for your answer. And now we have just a few minutes left. So I'd like to ask one general question to all the speakers. As we represent higher education in the Republic of Kazakhstan, and of course, AlmaU in this regard is known thanks to its initiatives in reforms in higher education. Many initiatives have been realized. So I'd like to ask this question to all the speakers, and maybe Asylbek Bazarbayevich, if you could start answering this question. How do you think we should reform the education system to strengthen public trust and social capital in Kazakhstan? Thank you for the question. On the one hand, I agree with you that for social capital, for its development and its further progression, one of the engines in the country is always education and universities foremostly. For that, universities should switch to the concept of the third mission. I mentioned that in my speech, as they should be the leaders in development of civil society. Currently, universities are still, for the time being, follow the old model just to teach students, give them a profession, while bringing up a citizen, a patriot, is not a priority in the agenda of universities. On the other hand, so education as such is quite weak in Kazakhstan. On the other hand, I believe we got carried away with mental education. Simple things as knowing your rights, ability to stand up for them, to be a dignified citizen has been shifted to the background. Only a society of dignified citizens create a nation. So what we need is civic education in all of its iterations, which unfortunately in our country is handled only by the non-governmental sector. But in fact, this knowledge is required to all strata of the population. Only then they will turn from populace to citizens of Kazakhstan. Thank you, Elbek Ozarash. Alikhan Muhammadiullah, how would you respond to this very question?
Так, видимо, у Алихана Мухамедиевича
Alikhan Muhammadievich, connection must be. Wait, I'm joining in. I'm joining in. Thank you. Taking the educational system generally and the higher education plays decisive role in defining our future development. And I can say that the respective ministry is undertaking serious reforms. But look, owners of private education institutions have turned into a major lobby to openness, transparency, accountability, and effectiveness. Unfortunately, while in developed nations, private universities, the majority of them work through endowment or operate as a non-for-profit. Unfortunately, in our country, many higher education institutions, for many, is just a business tool, is a money-making instrument. And among them also people in the government. So I believe there needs to be openness. So people should have the choice. They should only do one thing, be in the government or own a business. Second, academic purity. Universities can really be an example of this. I was talking about plagiarism, basically stealing people's works and even being granted government awards for their papers that they didn't write. Also, dignity. Universities should teach that. And for that, they need to create an environment. The academic environment, it needs to be based on trust and mutual respect. It should be an environment. And also, we should get rid of unnecessary false performance indicators. I'm a member of a collegium that nominates scholars. One says, so the person is nominated as 30 papers, another one says, well, that's not enough. And I was writing a chapter, and for 28 chapters, it took us 9 months. And some people say write 30 to 40 articles in shorter time period. How do they do that? They simply stack up papers or articles to count up to a PhD level. One says, for me, I need from Alpha University, from others publications, so that I can reach level of PhD. But as far as I know, in his specialization, there are no professors. Just following these false performance indicators, that does not lead to quality education. Maybe you should write just one article, but it should be a quality paper. Now go to the Kazakh segment of internet. You'll get offers of writing papers for you. It's just people don't want to work, they just want the degrees. One person participating in such contest said, I wanted to do business. So what kind of business? He says, well, people want to get awards and honors, and I'll be doing that type of business. That people even want to do that as a business. So we shouldn't do that. Thank you very much. Some great words on this. And while you were answering, I just recalled a story from my life. I was a member of a commission that grants awards, so let me not mention it. But so we got one paper where a person who was a self-nominee, and in his portfolio there were 42 published monographies, and he was planning to get the first award with that monography. But we had doubts. How can one person write 42 monographies in one's lifetime? And examples of that are abundant. So academic discipline, academic purity, and academic ethics, of course, is very important. Generally, ethical matters at international, all the textbooks, all the papers worked at the international level for business, for politology, for marketing. Their first section starts with ethical issues of ethics, and we should bring it to the attention of our public.
Хотели бы услышать ваш вариант.
Now, Nurjan would like to hear what you have to say about these very important issues. Well, all in all, a number of reforms that are implemented by the Ministry of Education I believe to be correct. I believe to be relevant. However, there is a whole wealth of problems that exist in the system of education, and one of those problems is private initiative is not being supported in the system of education. So we seem to be focusing on the state institutions, state organizations, state universities, state academia, state schools, state kindergartens, and all of the support is directed towards the state-owned and state-managed educational institutions, whereas the private institutions, the private initiatives, which are sometimes more effective, which are more even efficient and more efficient in terms of cost analysis, are not supported sufficiently. Well, you know that every year we run into problems where there are not enough schools, and there are schools where children have to study in 2 or 3 shifts. And when there is shortage of such schools, the local municipality begins allocating funding, such as billion tenge, then they spend same money for maintenance, for salaries, and so on and so forth. And eventually, this school becomes an additional passive, not an asset, but kind of a very object that is paid for by the government. I believe that instead the government should allocate all these lots amongst the private players and let them be in charge of this responsibility, and now something that will be then compensated by the state. So unfortunately, we do not have a high number of such initiatives, and they're not supported, they're not encouraged. Instead, we build these new schools and we kind of make them government responsibility. Same goes to the kindergartens and universities as well. So I believe that now the moment has come for us to exercise a very smart and efficient approach to budget-related expenses. So I believe that we need to support private initiatives. And when it comes to the system of education, it will be important for the employer to participate and contribute to the education system as a whole. I remember a couple of years ago, we discussed the university autonomy, academic honesty. They said there will be some advisory boards or board of directors at the university. So when I was really happy about that. However, the implementation was just the same as it goes with the public councils or maslihats and so on. The rectorates become provost office. They selected members, cherry pick basically the members of the board of trustees or this management boards, and I think that was done in order to prevent any criticism. So then the members would be relatives or some close friends and so on. So basically we have what we have everywhere. So this system needs to be changed, and the private initiative needs to be prioritized or supported, and I believe that businesses can be very effective. If you look at Almaty Management University, that is a very great example of a private initiative, and that the university being the most efficient, not only in the country, but also in the region. The most effective, most successful private business university. I believe that's an example, and that's evidence that we should really focus on private initiatives. Thank you very much, Jan Bogdanovich. And now we have approached to the end of the plenary session. Allow me to thank all of our respected guests and speakers for your today's presentations and for very interesting, very comprehensive discussion. Now let me speak about what's coming up. I mean, now we're going to have a 10-minute virtual coffee break, and the next session will start at 12 o'clock sharp. And the next moderator will be Gulnar Kurinkeva, the first vice rector of Almaty Management University. Dr. Alivna, well, now the floor is yours. And now have a nice coffee break, and let's resume our discussions in 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
1997 году присоединили тогда две области, Акмолинскую и Северо-Казахстанскую, и потом разъединили, когда вот эти вот районы остались. Вот Аиртауский район крупный, Новоишинский крупный район.
Пожалуйста, выключить микрофоны, у кого осталось включен прямой эфир. Ал құрметті конференция қатысушылары, құрметті біздің спикерлер.
Distinguished participants of the conference, distinguished guest speakers.
Қоғамдық сенім және әлеуметтік капитал атты халықаралық онлайн конференциясы жалғасуда.
Our conference on public trust and social capital will continue. Let me introduce myself. I'm the first vice rector of AlmaU Management University, Kurenkeva Gulnar. Well, dear participants, I would like to remind you that our conference is being streamed online in YouTube channel, and you can choose the language version that you like. It can be in English, Russian, or Kazakh as well. Also, should you have any questions, you can send them to the live chat under our YouTube channels, and the speakers will try to cover all of the questions. One more thing to mention is that we have the co-organizers of the conference, that is the National Public Trust Council under the President of Kazakhstan, as well as the Kazakhstan Civil Alliance. We're very grateful to our partners and co-organizers of this conference. Good day, dear speakers and participants. AlmaU Management University continues the international online conference on public trust and social capital. Now, let me introduce myself. I'm the first Vice Rector of Almaty Management University, Krymbek Kusherbayev. The conference is broadcasted online on our YouTube channel, and you can choose one of 3 languages. Also, you can ask your questions in the YouTube channel's live chat, and the speakers will try to take all your questions. Let me remind you that the co-organizers of this conference are the National Public Trust Council under the President of Kazakhstan, as well as Civil Alliance of Kazakhstan. Well, this morning we had a very interesting plenary session, and the presentations made were very, very interesting, very useful, I believe, and we will continue our conference. And this very session will be devoted to the problems of public trust and social capital in Kazakhstan, whereas earlier we spoke about global practices. Now I'd like to introduce our very first speaker, and I'm very happy that the professor of Almaty University, the well-recognized scholar of Kazakhstani sociology. Specialist in social and marketing researchers of BSAM Central Asia, and he will speak about measuring public trust issues of credibility.
Уважаемые коллеги, здравствуйте, добрый день. Уважаемая Гульнар Турдалиевна, я прошу
разрешения. The floor is yours. Well, good day, colleagues. Hello. If you allow me, I would stay away from video. You introduced me so kindly, so generously, and in life, in real life, I look much more different than I look on the screen, and actually I look even nicer by my 70s. That is why I would like to, I do not want to distort my general perception with my real view, so allow me to speak as a narrator. So you have already outlined my topic, and you have presented what I'm going to be speaking about, and I would like to speak about this topic, and that the measurement of public trust is the oldest or the most in-demand commodity that is proposed by the social poll industry to the society. At the same time, around using this commodity, around its value or quality, there are numerous or unending eternal discussions. Actually, these debates are multi-aspected, multifaceted, and it was very difficult to list them all in a very short of representation. However, I would like to come up with a question whether these discussions are constructive. Well, for instance, these are the results of another poll where we had a very interesting so whether you trust, do not trust, or to what extent do you trust, etc. Well, and the issue actually the same, including the today's mentioned already measurements and polls, so the scales are different, there are different methodologies. However, the matter is about the variety of methodologies. And as a result, we have there's a trust mostly to the institutes, more seldom to the persons, and even more seldom to the groups. And more we're trying to reflect these indicators in different results. However, no matter how we call them, how we call this measurements, there is of trust, there is always distrust towards such measurement. The authorities are unhappy about the poor level of such distrust, and not because of their professional pride, but because of the often inclusion of such indexes in different KPIs that are applied when assessing the performance of particular leaders. The media might be unhappy about the high-level indicators because, you know, that negative news are better sold than positive news. And here you see the search for the credibility of such truly vulnerable data. Well, usually the first accusation is the affiliation or engagement or the survey organization. I mean, in certain cases, yes, there is affiliation. However, I would like to underscore that the professional poll organization, survey organization will never falsify any data. And the main argument is that in a professional environment, falsified data is easily detected and verified or debunked. And that is why the main reasons for mismatch of the trust level data to the real public sentiments is rooted in methodological deficiencies. And it's not as much as receiving the data, but in interpreting of the data. We, in fact, decided to study the category of questions in relation to which we do not have serious or solid understanding, despite all this theoretical foundation that was quoted today. And I'm not really familiar with the thorough categorization of a trust, something that is understood by the mass population. And therefore, we believe that the respondents are responsible for understanding or measuring or delivering their understanding of trust. So let's pretend we are the respondents. And how many understandings or interpretation you would have with the word of trust? So do you trust? Do you trust that and that? Do you trust the government, the court, the police? Because I know that there are some honest and good people work there. Or I have distrust towards police and authorities for there are some bad people working there. Or I trust because should I have any issues or any problems, I will go to those institutions and will raise these institutions with them openly. Or should I abstain from doing so? Or do I trust because they do everything right? Or do I not trust them because they do not do anything right? So there might be counter arguments that we use number of categories in our questions without some pre-existing determined definitions. For instance, a very popular, sexy these days, the happy questions. As you know, our organization is the subsidiary of the Gallup survey that informs the happiness indicator. And we ask all these questions.
Счастье. Еще никто в мире удовлетворительного определения, что такое счастье.
In fact, no one really was able to understand
К сожалению, недавно ушедшего.
However, I remember here the words of, unfortunately, with Mikhail Zhvanetsky about the age differentiation of understanding of happiness. So if you ask the young man whether he is happy or she is happy, you get an answer, yes, but why? He says, well, I have a girlfriend or boyfriend, I have some good friends that I like hanging out with, I travel a lot, and someone over 70, if you ask that person if he or she is happy, he says, yes, I am, but why? But because I am happy, and that is it. And so here we're talking about the very subjective or kind of individual specific sense and understanding. However, when it comes to trust, people are not assessing even their own senses, but they are assessing the public institutions, public structures, or some authorities. And as a result, when answering these kind of questions, you have a number of biases or prejudices that impact the decision or answer of such person. They have their own experience, they have their own stereotypes, and they influence a particular stereotype, awareness about the object, individuals who represent that particular object, the personification of such object. And these multifactorial aspects are added or complicated by the whole range of other questions, such as sincerity of the respondents. And there are a number of other components. However, the key reason for lack of sincerity or being discreet is fear, despite all the guarantees of confidentiality and anonymity. So the fear that the respondent might have, the conformism to the willingness or intention to give some socially approved values, mindset, the thinking, and also the level of demands. So all of that is whether we can really compare the indicators for Uzbekistan or for Denmark.
So, distinguished colleagues, I will not be going in my presentation consciously further on regarding some sociological data, measurements, including my research company's works are available for many years, but I believe that would be done much better by the next speaker, distinguished Gulmira Ilevova, whose organization is doing such measurements systemically. We do not have that in our specialization. We do it on a fragmentary basis. However, I will still refer to some data for illustration of how interactive are different approaches of spontaneous response of respondents when it comes to the trust question. So let me stray away a bit in connection with the previous speeches. Of course, I would like to argue with distinguished Nurjan Baurjanovich. Maybe I did not exactly understand him very right when he said that due to COVID, our population has fully lost trust to the power institutions. Sociological surveys show that we cannot be so categorical, and generally there are probably states where the people would fully distrust, totally distrust the state. That is a completely different kind of situation. And I would like to note, it's an interesting point, the COVID-related surveys were done on a regular basis as part of Gallup's international approaches. And a significant part of population of Kazakhstan believes that the state operated properly in COVID conditions. So that's my brief comment. But still, I'm referring to this data only as an illustration. I'm taking data for 3 years, 18 through 20. That's the latest survey, and I cover assessment in ranges. These are not means, these are ranges. Okay, trust to institutions. President, level is 80 to 85%. Parliament and government, that I am taking a share of fully or more likely to trust. So that's the range. So president 80 to 85%, parliament and government 66 to 65%. Then Akim of the oblast or the province or the city where respondents live, more or less the same. Key ministries for the Ministry of Healthcare and Education, 50 to 55%. Judiciary, 55 plus minus 2%. Police, 50 plus minus 2%. Well, distinguished colleagues, I'm referring to the positive data, but we should also analyze and should be more proper to analyze data on the negatives of how many people distrust, based on the fact that we know very well that activity of the minority plays a higher role in societal processes than the loyalty of the majority. However, I will not comment in detail, but let me share with you measurements in a slightly different aspect. When the question was not asked about institutions, but individuals representing these individuals. So this data is quite fresh. So recent measurement, October of 2020, trust to politicians. The percentage is fully trust or more likely to trust. 36% more likely distrust or more likely distrust over thirds, two-thirds. And naturally, immediately what comes to mind is governmental institutions associated by people not with politicians, but rather with officials. Well, trust in officials is even lower at 31%. And let me immediately note that politicians and officials are very far from other groups. For instance, doctors and medical workers fully trust or almost fully trust 77%, scientists, which is interesting for us, 72%, religious leaders, 53%, journalists, 45%. So here, right away, a comment from me. Level of trust, as previous speakers have rightfully mentioned, perhaps is shrinking, but let me say right in turn that it's the universal global trend. And for the year 2020, there are ways to project that these levels will go down, not only in our country, but with almost every country, almost all countries. So most recent example that we try to research is the very institution of democratic elections. After the events in the United States, that model, as something that was considered as almost ideal, I always stated in my lectures, in developed democracies, yes, no, there maybe no rigging of the elections, but now it turns out we didn't know many things. So change in trust is a multifactorial notion, and measuring notions of trust, it would be nice to measure or at least monitor and describe every one of the facts that I have listed before. But that's not in demand, it's not required by the government or the society. So what they need is some simple indice, and we fully face the main enemy of accuracy of public service, which is a linear thinking for both the customer and the implementer. So we don't look for comprehensive, full understanding of the problems, but rather more in a way of an instrument, of a tool to praise or to harass. So we've been thinking enough, relying on the important question for the intelligentsia of who is to blame. And there's much less inspiration left for another important question of intelligentsia. What should we do to radically increase the accuracy of measurement of public surveys so that these surveys become real tools of assessing the state of the society? Very briefly, to measure key indicators with measurements that would explain its indicators. So multifactorial measuring, metering. Next, registration analysis of public trust should rely not only on questions and answers, but also studies and also non-sociological data. For instance, data on socio-demographic transformations, events of the time. Of course, I do not claim to state that we should fully deny accuracy of such surveys, but they should only be supplied as nuances to a more comprehensive coverage of public moods without taking them out of the overall context of complex social or institutional assessment. So with that skeptical and critical presentation that I made, as I perceive it that myself, I see a positive point that the theme and the composition of participants of our conference is yet another evidence of ever-growing interest to the studies of problems of public trust on the part of the state and on the part of the society. Thank you for your attention. Leonid Yakovlevich, thank you very much. As always, it was very interesting, very informative, and valuable. Now I'd like to give the floor to our next speaker, Gulmira Ileova, president of a Center of Socio-Political Researches and Strategies, doctor in sociological sciences, an expert recognized and appreciated in Kazakhstan. Gulmira, please, you have your time for presentation. Hello, can you hear me? Yes, we hear you perfectly. I'm actually a candidate for sociological studies. Thank you for upgrading my degree. Now, I would like to comment also the name of my presentation. I was saying, does the trust to the state of Kazakhstan, does it equal the trust to government institutions? Because as it says, the way it says here, faith rather than trust. Faith is more in the area of religion, despite the fact that Leonid Yakovlevich has said quite comprehensively. Now, whether we can assess trust, well, trust is the category that sociology studies for many years. Now, it's clear when we speak of in comparison of the trust that population has to the state of the country of Kazakhstan, does it equal the size of trust they have in different government institutions at different levels? Of course, we didn't have a full study on that specifically, but speaking at the level of questionnaires, if you were to ask that, we can ask that for government institutions. Do you trust a government institution? And in our questionnaires, we mostly, do they deserve trust? So we use a verb to also show the emotional attitudes. So when it comes to government institutions, we can ask that question directly. When it comes to the trust to the government of the state of Kazakhstan, I think you can ask, but the answers will not be of very high quality. So thinking of how we show this volume of trust to such notions that are not comparable, government institutions and the government of the country of Kazakhstan. On the other hand, political sciences and government governance is the force. But we also use questions such as, is the state of Kazakhstan developing in the right direction? Would you agree that in the state of Kazakhstan there are reforms, this and that? Do you trust these reforms? Or we have a question through approval. What would your stance on the decision of the authorities? Do you approve or not? And many speakers from the start of the conference spoke of a critical drop in the trust of population, not the government institutions, specific ones, but the general state. And a significant number of people say if they don't trust certain conditions. They don't fully trust. Only the 8% said that they approve of what's happening in the country, and to a lesser extent, people speak of dislikes, or actually 5% say with objections or ignoring or attempts of to fully submerge into one's life and trying not to notice the actions the state is doing towards them, and that's about 20%. So about 1/4 of population are trying to fully self-isolate or even stand against the actions of the state and government institutions representing it. Now, looking at these people, who are these people and why do they think that way? Our respondents evaluate operation of the state low. Well, they don't give high grades to the state, and they trust less, and the other way around. So there's a rational pragmatic correlation. And we see that with years, we see a level of disapproval on the part of the rural population. In 30 years of reforms, in the cities, we see significant changes. We see improvement in living standards. There's even digital inequality for rural people. A lot of services are provided online. And in the last 5 years, we see deterioration in the assessment of the work of the state, of its institutions by rural residents. And that is a significant change. For traditionally, it was considered that the rural population is the rock of the state, as they are more conservative and they have lesser education, but these changes have happened and are continuing to unfold. Also, we have questions about subjects of trust, and it's similar to what Asylbek Bazarbayevich shown earlier. They were in the list of practically the same subject of civil society. What I can specifically note, and Leonid Yakovlevich also spoke of that, that always the first thing is the central government bodies among subjects of trust. So they are in one list. Now, all the subjects of civil society are in the very bottom of the rating. Local executive branch is somewhere in the middle, but they're very actively supported by the mass media. About 50% of population say that they use media channels, already internet media, to protect their interests or to promote them in public opinion. And Mr. Altayev mentioned that everything is disastrous, and I also support the opinion of Leonid Yakovlevich. I also see reduction in rating of the central government bodies and local executive branch. So I can't say that the rating had collapsed. No, I cannot say that because I still see that president's rating, based on the results of this year, speaking of President Tokayev, is not that high. Nazarbayev's rating was always at the peak of possible 85 to 90%. It's now lower, but it's still over 70%. So that was the level of 2004 for Nazarbayev. So I do not really see a disastrous drop of trust to central power. We're not looking, of course, at Minister of Healthcare or local branch and payment of these subsidies that had seriously affected the people's understanding that in these difficult situations, the state is not leaving them behind. Among the institutions of civil society, of course, we can say they all take very little place in the global outlook of Kazakhs, Kazakhstanis, their institutions of civil society, even religious leaders or public or mass media or local branches, the trust in them is low. It's clear that social capital can't really start working. It cannot really be formed because people can't find rapport at the horizontal level. So they mostly have to ask the government, they have to do that, and the government ends up helping them. Also, for the ruling party, that's also true. These are it's not a body that the people appeal to and and uh, and have increased trusting. I would like to comment in the following manner now. The Soviet experience is being criticized and challenged, saying that the Soviet period has broken down some natural developed notions of forming social capital. I would argue about that. I would challenge it. If it was a live discussion, I would love to do that. But we shouldn't forget that this 30-year period of capitalist market development that we have passed did have impact. And what we see now are the results such as optimization, deteriorating levels of social trust. Those are mostly the results of market and the period we're currently living. If we do not take note of that at this time, if we continuously look for someone to blame in the 60s and 70s of the 20th century, I don't think we'll get too far. We need to develop an understanding that the policy of individualization of people is a lot of responsibility. Not everyone can assume that. A lot of people want to just pass on part of responsibility onto the state or even their employer. If that doesn't happen, they're left alone with their problems. And at that time, and that normally shows in critical situations, and we should pay attention to that. And that should be a subject for further studies. Now, in conclusion, I would like to say that these volumes of trust to the state and state institutions, there's a mismatch. Yes, one of the signs of lack of trust is a high level of migration. We should pay attention. It's not only ethnic Russians, there are also ethnic Kazakhs and other ethnic groups. And it's a very important and and a complex indicator of assessment by the people. And the migration moods are very indicative of people's understanding of their own future and the future of their children. Now, looking at the 30-year period that we have accumulated data, the process of forming these volumes of trust to these two subjects is happening sometimes in parallel, sometimes only matching. At some points, they even juxtapose, and you see some synergies. But what I see right now, the trust to the state depends less on the trust in government institutions. Like I said, to government institutions, trust is higher. Practically, the lack of trust in the country is obvious, and that requires our attention. Thank you.
Mira, thank you very much for your presentation, and Mr. Guriev's presentation actually encourages and they demonstrated the problem with trust is not that bad. So, Gulmira, I know you know her, so I'd like to give you this question right now. How optimistic are we? Can we be in the upcoming 10 years in terms of trust between the state and the general public? Do you think the situation will improve or will deteriorate? Well, you know, I think it's $1 million question. We spoke a lot about the indexes. We need to understand the variables through which we could measure this causality. However, I can't really find one answer that would fit the whole country. I am currently based in the northern Kazakhstan region, Aslbek Bazarbayevich. I was in Orltown, now I'm in a different district. There's no internet. I asked the municipality to give me an office so that I could have and find a reliable internet. Can you imagine that? And when people live in this kind of areas, so live in areas where they don't have any access to modern services, then of course such people, even if they are optimistic, then it is based on some totally different foundation. We're studying that and we see how rural people have a totally different way of thinking, and it's radically different from what urban citizens do. So there is no an answer that I can give you, especially I cannot give you a focus for 10 years. If we look at agriculture, if we look at rural areas, if we do this kind of harmonization or aligning of the disproportions, then we might be optimistic. Well, Gulmira, thank you very much and look forward to seeing you back in Almaty. And let's proceed with our conference. I would like to remind you once again that you can ask your questions in the YouTube channels on live YouTube channels live chat. And the next speakers are the head of Экокультура Public Foundation, an urbanist, someone who's very famous for her cultural and sociological projects in Kazakhstan, such as Our Courtyard, Art Object, the Squirrel, Altruistic Squirrel. So together, Alisa Nigaeva, together with Aygul Bimisheva, will be speaking now. And they will cover such questions as what do Almaty residents want, research and vision problems of the urban environment, and the quality of dialogue between the ambition, community of residents, and NGOs. So please, the floor is yours. You have 10 minutes. Good day, colleagues. I would like to know if you can hear me, if technically everything is great. Yes, sound is perfect. So, and Aygul, are you here too? Yes, yes. Well, there will be two co-presenters. That's why I wanted to do this kind of sound check. So let's run these slides and let's start the presentation, sort of the auxiliary material. I think it will be more convenient.
Алисе видно?
Yes, we can see that. Okay, good. This year, in 2020, we wanted to answer this question. It wasn't a sociological question as such, it was more kind of a public question. What do Almaty residents want, was the question. We did the survey on the relevant city environment problem and the qualities of a dialogue, whether that's vertical or horizontal. vertical between the city authorities and the NGOs and the city residents, and in the communications or the dialogues inside the municipalities, inside the city communities, inside the NGOs. Well, we had our own missions for organizations. For our NGO, in fact, we wanted to pursue development of local communities, local spaces. We also referred to the address of the president. We were curious to see how the concept of hearing state is being implemented, not through these very loud concepts and loud declarations, but somewhere at the district municipality level, at the NGO implementation level. Also, we remember that there were programs and concepts. For instance, the Almaty 2020 concept, and there is another strategy, Almaty 2050. And we wanted to see to what extent these programs are being implemented and whether Almaty 2020 was effectively implemented. Number of respondents. Well, I can cover the qualities and the features of respondents. Within the framework of our city poll, we included residents of 4 districts of the city of Almaty in the amount of 900. The districts were Medeu, AlmaU, Turksip, and Alatau. Also, because the main concept of our survey was a combination of qualitative and quantitative methods of the survey. We also used the results of some in-depth interview where the experts were representatives of NGOs, civil society, as well as specialists of the district municipalities of the city of Almaty. On the screen, you see the kind of bar chart, or you see the pie chart, and this is the aggregate qualities that our respondents had. The majority of respondents were women, 58%, and men were 42%, or male residents of the city. So usually the most frequent respondents were hired staff or civil servants. Also, there were students and self-employed, highly represented amongst the respondents. The question number 1 that we asked when it comes to what do the city residents of Almaty want. So in order to understand what they want, you might need to understand the problems first, and then on the basis of the problem, you can lead and you can understand the needs. So that is, of course, a very extensive, question, kind of a big and wide and vague question. And we also needed to encompass the work of the municipality and the number of questions about the general quality of life. Actually, we also addressed to the quality of city management. So the top questions were about the environment, 27%, and we can also see how the funding for addressing environmental problems in the city of Almaty are being allocated. However, the environment still remains to be a concern number 1. The second, and actually that brings us close to the topic of the conference, that's the issue of safety and security. And if you look at the next slide, and if we look at the safety in detail, then we understand that the number 1 safety concern in the safety on the road, and number 2 safety concern is social tension, and at the bottom there is marginalization of non-central districts, non-downtown districts, and actually that's something that concerns people the most, and these are the sort of the tension points, and the people are concerned that there are some concentrated areas where these concerns are of high number, of high significance. Then we also looked at the safety of different areas, and apparent that the safety in the districts is a particular concern of people who live in the upper side of the town. So they are mostly concerned about the marginalization of non-central districts. So people are feeling unsafe in the presence of other people who do not live in the same area where they live, such as Turksipo and Alatau district. And these kind of data forced us to understand that we need some practical steps to eradicate this marginalization, to overcome these gaps, and to build not only vertical trust, but also horizontal trust. So we can actually say that on the basis of this survey, that the people at the horizontal level, the people of residents of Almaty, do not trust each other. Or, I mean, people from one district do not trust people from the other district. Then we looked at communications and communications in terms of where do people go to find some answers to their issues, to their questions. The number one, apparently, place or the solution would be the Open Almaty public reception, and number two with the district municipalities. In 2017, the responsibility for the dialogue, serving as a buffer of trust, was vested with the Open Almaty public reception. And apparently 1/3 of people reach out to this Open Almaty office trying to get some answer to their questions. However, in the upcoming year, 25% of the district municipality staff will be cancelled upon the instruction of the head of state. And I would like to, in that light, I would like to show this slide and to demonstrate that actually, whenever people have problems, they reach out to the municipality. So whenever we will be getting rid of some of the jobs, some of the staff, we need to make sure that these kind of front offices are not are not removed, are not cancelled, because they are really in high demand. Where do people go to solve some problems? Well, of course, it is digitization, so the answers are found in internet. The word of the mouth is still a widespread tool that is used by the people. Whenever there's a problem, whether that's environment or whether it's utilities, the people go and look for some friends, for some relatives, and neighbors, and maybe local service. 1414 is number 3, and number 4 is Open Almaty, again, as a source of solving problems. The next question was whether people can easily find this information. I mean, whether there's ease when looking and searching for this information, whether they face any difficulties. And about 25%, depending on the districts, believe that finding information is not easy, and also finding person in charge is the most difficult. So it's not only about the institute, it's not only about finding the state body in charge, but also it's about finding someone who will take charge for addressing your issues. So people find difficulties when we monitor websites and social media pages of different district municipalities. We really found that people have difficulties. I would like to remind you just of the time constraints. We're trying hard to squeeze our presentation in 10 minutes. Well, this is a slide that clarifies the communication process. So, and the question was whether the residents of Almaty have received any information in the last 6 months about the conditions or about general situation with living in your city or in your district. And more than 52% received no information whatsoever about any changes that are taking place in the city. Although there is a vast majority of the changes that are being done, and there are 34% who received such information. The main source of such information were internet and social media. This slide shows that internet and social media in digitization era is the main channel of delivering the needed and quality information. And to prove this hypothesis, we did a short content analysis of social media of 4 district municipalities, 4 district administration, and you can see they're presented here. AlmaU, Turksib, Mideu, and Akimat. And you see the number of posts and number of types of questions and number of comments that were received. This is the data that we received through our content analysis. So to understand whether the dialogue is there, we need to see whether the post was answered by the comment, or whether the comments are kind of similar, or they match the post. So from this table, you'd see that not always there is an understanding of communication, or there is not always a dialogue between the residents who reach out to the municipality with their comments and answers provided by the municipality staff. Thank you. Next slide about Open Almaty, very briefly. The Open Almaty public office, well, in fact, it's the front office of our city administration. These are the people who are responsible for building that very trust through quality communication and dialogue, through servicing the public, through answering to the questions. So it was very important to work with these people. So out of all the administrative bodies that we contacted to have an in-depth analysis, it was only Open Almaty was the most close and most isolated, and the one who refused to have any dialogue, to participate in an in-depth interview. And we spent almost 6 months, and we acted through the public council to reach out to Open Almaty. So actually, there's need to work with these people and to work with Open Almaty. And the need is based on data. It's data-driven. 31% of the residents have never heard of such an office. And those who heard about such office, who also addressed or went there, they do not always get an answer or did not always get their needs satisfied. I think it's a very good indicator of demonstrating how vertical communications are built and how this buffer of trust is not being built between the general public, the residents of Almaty, and the city administration. Thank you. And the next very slide about the participatory budget. Well, through public trust and through accumulation of social capital among the residents of Almaty. So awareness about the participatory budget demonstrates, and the question related to that demonstrates that 24% never heard of a participatory budget whatsoever, and 24 of respondents said that they did hear, but they do not remember what that has to do, with. Although the municipality staff insisted that they inform the population about this participatory budget through some public initiatives. Nevertheless, in this very case, we see that level of communication and level of dialogue is not being formed around participatory budget for various reasons, for a variety of reasons. Agulia Lesia, well, we have time constraints. Can we save your time for Q&A? Don't you think that's better? You can have another minute for you to wrap up, and then we will continue for them. Okay. Okay, then we have 2 last slides. All the previous slides, in fact, they spoke about the vertical dialogue, and they spoke about the processes through which public tries to participate in decision making or tries to deliver some information to the authority. However, there is one more thing, such as horizontal communication, horizontal trust, something that's related to man-to-man interaction. And we asked whether people are ready to participate in city life and whether they're happy with the quality of communication with their neighbors, whether there is communication at all. And from this slide, we see that they do not have any time to participate in the city life. They don't have time. They don't have, reason. So very apathic attitude, I would say, and actually almost 50% of the residents. On the same time, we have another 50% who are saying, yes, this is my city, this is my district, and I want to be responsible for it. Actually, that's a very good indicator of both horizontal and vertical trust, that we cannot really say that people lost any trust, to each other or to the authorities, to the city administration. And despite all the problems that we have identified, people want to continue being responsible. People want to continue participate in the city life. And it is a last slide about the communications with your neighbors. Yes, no, sometimes cannot answer. And we can see that yes and no are equal in numbers. But if we want to come up with a positive note and to even out the dialogue, we can't really say that people do not trust each other, do not trust the authorities or the city administration. People do trust horizontally each other, and they're ready to socialize and add to network. And on a vertical dialogue level, people want to participate in the life of their districts and cities and so on.
Alicia, I will thank you very much for very interesting examples, data. Almaty was truly always very interesting, not only in science and business and culture. Almaty residents actually can serve as a good example for all the other residents. Now, colleagues, continuing with our conference, I'd like to give the next floor to our last speaker of this session, a researcher of Ruhani Жаңғыру, an analyst of Kazakhstan Forbes, analyst Gul Aydarkhanova, who will speak about the Kazakhstani fate forming the trust. Elvira, please, you have the floor. Distinguished Asылбек Базарбайұлы, colleagues, distinguished participants, I would like to talk to you about non-governmental organization as a base for building trust in Kazakhstan society. As in the course of preparation, I was relying on a few theses. First one, the public trust. What is it? And why does our society need it? And how do we develop? And I try to answer these questions. For Kazakhstan, we're working on developing new formats of dialogue between the society and the government, and the initiative of the head of state Tokayev on with the concept of hearing state. Also, it has turned into a decisive factor of development, not only of trust between the society and the government, but also among the members of the society, and also between the society and institutions of civil society, non-governmental organizations. And in the beginning of my report, I'd like to mention a few theoretical points. If you can see my slides, Elvira, please move on. We can't see your slide. An English philosopher, John Locke, says that trust is more important for obedience rather than forcing. And it's also important as losing that will lead to losing of trust to the government, its institutions, and may lead to impulsive, aggressive actions. So for sustainability, for social stability, public trust is an utmostly important notion. Elvira, if I can stop you for a minute, your slides unfortunately are not visible on the screen. If possible, just if you could please share your presentation. You have the rights, you've been granted the rights for that, I believe. Yes, every speaker has been granted the rights to share their presentation. If you could please do that, and Elvira, please remember we do not have much time, we're pressed for time. I have been sharing my slides. Elvira, you need to press the button, share my screen, and then you need to switch your slides yourself. We just see an avatar of a panda. Elvira, did you find it? In the bottom, share my screen. There's a green button in the very bottom. There you are. Yes, Elvira, we see you now. Thank you. And if possible, if you could please accelerate and take us through the points as we're pressed for time. So continuing where I stopped, there's a reason why I'm referring to the theory for this presentation. These things are all related, and I cannot drop that thesis behind. Firstly, public trust. In relation to this public trust, many scholars offer their definition. Famous economist Jan Albar, when they spoke in their work, that they spoke that trust is important for economic development. As a result of their research, they claim that highest indicator of that is one of the leading developed nations of the world, Sweden, a country that enjoys highest level of trust. A research also done on a research compared two kinds of values, one being trust, the other one is trust and accord, and the third one is religion and power being respected. In Sweden, these indicated high level. In our country, in Kazakhstan, we're at the level of US, Canada, and Great Britain. But when it comes to tolerance, we're far behind leading developed nations. We're actually at the level of Yemen and Zimbabwe. So in the side of economy, trust has been left behind. In order to reach high levels of economic development, we need to work on improving the situation with public trust in the country. Elvira, please don't forget to move your slides, to switch them. Yes, that was on my thesis. Secondly, in the course of my presentation, I will speak of series of nuances, namely non-governmental organizations, their role and place in developing public trust. Now, why are NGOs so important in development of public trust? Why they can be the driver of that? Can you see my presentation? Yes, we see everything just fine. Elvira, we're very pressed for time. If you could please accelerate. Now, Alikhan Baimenov before me had put it very nicely. The lack of certain, there are certain problems with plagiarism. Also, Elmira Balayeva spoke of migration as an indicator of the situation of public trust in the society. In fact, owning somebody else's intellectual property is very indicative of the level of trust, and there's lack of trust of society to the power and to academia. There should be a highest level of trust, but looking at the Western cultures, we see that the academic world doesn't even think of plagiarizing anybody's work. And why is this? Many NGOs in Kazakhstan are firstly focused on solving acute socioeconomic problems of the general population. Several of NGOs Looking at the slide, you can see slide 3, where NGOs get most funding. Four main directions are shown here: supporting most socially vulnerable, protection of rights, initiatives for youth and children, and education and science. Now, these are the directions that match international trends. Also, the main directions for 2019, the percentage comparing to the directions of 2020, there is a difference, but NGOs are working actively in priority directions. These active NGOs work actually in the directions that are indicative of public trust. The Institute of Spiritual Renaissance has done a study comparing the activities of NGOs with the current state, the socioeconomic state of the population, and there is a clear correlation in percentage terms. So the directions socioeconomics, science and education, protection of rights, and the last one that was added here is development of civil society. Also, NGOs, what we can sum up from this thesis, the NGOs have been developing as a platform to show public trust. They can develop in that direction. Reason for that is that the directions where they're most active actually matches with the needs of the society. Also, how does the state support NGOs? In this direction, relying on Kazakhstani experience, we can see that there is active interaction. I'm now speaking only of the government social contracting for NGOs. At this time, funding for NGOs in Kazakhstan is done through form of grants and government social contracting and premium. Elvira, if you could please go to the point, as we're really pressed for time in the conference and you're somewhat limited in time because we have some other speakers. If you could please draw the conclusions of the role of NGOs in building civil society. Well, I cannot now speak about the problems in this area. If you were to look at the slides, you can see the amounts of funding from the government to NGOs, and there are several kinds: social contracting, grants, and awards. Looking at the positive side, so to increase the authority of NGOs so that they can really add to development of public trust through their active development the non-governmental sector, despite the fact that it is being supported by the governments through funding, they actually play an active role. The research shows that we have some serious achievements in this area where government funding for NGOs was helpful. Not everyone, however, there's a lack of knowledge in the society of the role of NGOs. There's a lack of informing by mass media and by the NGOs, as mass media are more prone to following breaking news rather than covering programs in their progression. Secondly, lack of political culture in the society, and NGOs should be more active in implementing their own coverage programs of their operation. Thirdly, the state is providing funding to NGOs and they should work actively. Citizens and NGOs to develop their collaboration. They should become more active. And but Elvira, I'm sorry. Thank you very, very much. Young researchers in Kazakhstan. I'm very happy that there are young researchers like yourself, but we are really pressed for time. And I need this time to ask every speaker at least one question.
Dear speaker, thank you very much. We're particularly happy with the presentation of the young speakers. The time of the conference actually is tight, and we're already there's some boring time from the next session. That is why I would like just to have one question for every speaker. Mr. Gurevich, are you here with us? Yes, yes. Well, there's a question addressed to you. You presented a very clear data about the public trust that you obtained as a result of a survey, social survey. Are there any trends about the state of the society, and what are the trends in trust, between the of the general public towards the society? Similar question to Gulmira. What are the forecasts? What can you say about the potential the deviations from the current state of trust from the general public to the authorities? Well, in my presentation, I underscored that these data, the data that I quoted, was just for illustration purposes. And availing myself of this opportunity, I would like to focus or to sort of, to explain or to clarify the message of my presentation. I'm not saying that the data we receive as a result of the poll or survey are non-credible or are false or fake. I'm simply against the simplification of this data. I'm against, juggling this data and, bending them to the needed side. So simplification, unfortunately, is the main enemy, main foe that prevents us from having an in-depth analysis and in-depth understanding. As for the forecasts, then just like Gulmira Leova, I will abstain from any forecast. However, what I can really predict, and that will become clear when we will start summarizing this year, then the level of trust to the institutes will slightly go down. And I would also like to underscore that we're not unique in that sense. It's a global trend that has been driven by a multitude of factors. I'm not speaking about any, landslide of fall of trust. it won't happen. Moreover, the citizens of Kazakhstan, the society of Kazakhstan, has positively perceived some measures of the government in response to the pandemic. So there will be no any fall of trust or collapse of trust per se. However, when we continue studying this problem, then I suggest we refer to the recommendation that I tried to present in my speech. Let us not really chase an index or a particular place. Let us not make mechanical retrospective comparisons, but let's try to use this index mostly as a sign or kind of as a push towards studying the trust deeper. Thank you very much, Mr. Gurevich. Your expert evaluation is, of course, very valuable. Alicia and Aigul, there is a question to both of you. How are SDGs being implemented through your projects on city environment improvement and through your projects on development of a dialogue between the civil society, NGOs, and the general public and the authorities on the other hand? Alicia, who of you? Okay. Could you please repeat the question? How are SDGs being implemented through your projects on city environment improvement and the dialogue development, dialogue building? Well, our beneficiaries are the local residents, the city residents, citizens who do not work directly with the NGOs, and we interact with the state authorities only when we need to deliver the voice of the citizens, when we feel that it's important for them to be heard. In our recommendations to this very survey and previous ones, we address the public authorities, and that matches actually all the progress that are taken, that are implemented at the city level or the country level, whether that's 2020 or Almaty Strategy 2050, and the goals would be the safe city, polycentric city, and develop sustainable city. In our project, we try to create polycentricity, we try to create the platforms where people could have an opportunity to talk directly to the city administration. So right now, presently, we do have the dialogue platforms. However, they are more of a superficial nature. You have the city mayor deputy speaking about different projects, different activities, but it's there are no, the signs of a dialogue. It's kind of not, they're talking at us. It's not the state that that is hearing or listening to us. It's the state that is reporting. And our goal, our task is to build the dialogue between the citizens, the city administration, and NGOs. Thank you very much. You're quite right, actually, that we do have the speaking state, although the very first session mentioned that on top of being a hearing state, we also need to aspire to be a speaking state too. And the last question to Elvira. The question is as follows. Financing the NGOs from the state, and also financing or the funds that are available internationally for the local NGOs. Which NGOs do you think are more effective, considering the type of funding or the source of their funding? The ones that receive the funding from the states, or the ones that receive the funding from international funds or international organizations? Thank you for your question. Unfortunately, I was unable to deliver my presentation in full because there were some very interesting recommendations and conclusions. However, my thesis is that by supporting the NGOs and TSOs, the government authorities may enhance the activity of the NGOs, and that would lead to the strengthening and enhancing of the trust between the state and the civil society. However, your question about the donors and about the efficiency of international or local donors, and which organization are more effective, are more impactful, which NGOs are more thankful, the ones that are funded by the local funds from the national budget, or the ones that received international funding? I don't think they should be subdivided. And if we can say that maybe the state-funded NGOs are more effective, because more than 54% of NGOs more than 50% of their funds come from the state. But sometimes they may depend on the poor funding from international donors. I mean, that may not be sufficient. We mentioned that in our presentation as well, that yes, there is some international donor funding, and it is also influential and impactful. And actually, the funding is almost 50% of the NGOs, any funding. But I believe that the state funding is more useful because it first of all pursues some state goals and state objectives, and the money is more. But when it comes to international funding, then the survey of 2017 conducted by the World Bank speaks that in terms of social degree or societal degree of Kazakhstan in all international indexes, then the countries now, Kazakhstan is a member of middle or medium or above medium level of income countries. That is why the international donors may not allocate sufficient amount of funding to the country, given that it has the kind of medium income and above medium income level of economy. And therefore, there might be a variety of opinions. And there might be some NGOs that are not supported by the state, but they receive international funding, and sometimes they may not support the state policy. So I'm not saying that doesn't exist. However, when it comes to NGOs that receive international funding, they are usually active in human rights defense. Elvira, thank you. Thank you very much for your opinion. That was very valuable. And I look forward to hearing your presentation in different sessions and different conferences as well. Dear participants, dear speakers, thank you very much for your invaluable presentation. It was very interesting, and we had very interesting discussions. I believe that experts have expressed even more positive, or kind of demonstrated even more positive outlook that we had at the previous session. And I think that's very encouraging. And that is a sign that public trust is more positive than presented in the first session. So now I'd like to congratulate you with the upcoming holidays, with the Independence Day and the other seasons holidays. Let us become a state with ample trust. So now I'd like to give the floor to Dr. Frigerio, the Dean of the School of Economics. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Gulnar, and thank you to our former speakers. And let's now move to our third session of our conference, which is Public Trust and Social Capital in the Framework of the Sustainable Development Goals. Just a brief reminder to our speakers, each of you will have 10 minutes for presenting your speech. And so I think we can start. And let me say that Almaty Management University and the School of Politics and Law is honored to have a well-known international researcher with us. He is the head and professor of applied analysis of institution and social capital at the Hager School of Economics. Please welcome to Leonid Polishuk. Leonid, the stage is yours. Leonid, can you hear me?
Уважаемые коллеги, здравствуйте.
Yes, good day, colleagues. I'm very grateful for this invitation. I'm very happy to be attending your conference. Well, I have presented and prepared some considerations regarding the public trust and regarding the social capital. And particularly, I want to talk about the role of the society in achieving the public trust and developing social capital in the framework of SDG. I'd like to run my presentation. It should just take seconds. Please confirm that you can see my presentation. Can you?
We can see. You can see.
You can see. Yeah, excellent. Excellent. Тема моего сообщения государству.
My presentation today, titled "The State and Society: Partnership in Sustainable Development," I would like to start with the fact that we probably are witnessing a new destiny pivot. You know that several 100 years ago, the global leadership changed. And the countries that created more favorable conditions for private entrepreneurship became at the kind of gained a quiet leadership. And there are many reasons to presume that after post-COVID, the countries in the society that create favorable conditions for inclusive development will turn into leaders. While the economic growth of the last several decades was clearly extinctly non-inclusive and led to very deep polarization and inequity. Actually, the economists have been speaking. They said it was a big trade-off. And the countries now, however, in society must make a choice between solidarity in development and equality in growth. But at the same time, the poor attention that's paid to inclusion, to making sure that all the layers and categories of society benefit from the growth, leads to a poor growth, because as a result you can have anti-liberal sentiments in different countries that deny science, pluralism, that have no tolerance, and that as a result becomes a very serious threat to political stability, democracy and freedom. And as a result, it also threatens the economic growth as such. The people of all the generation may remember the debates of how to do the reforms and how the reforms were conducted in the former Soviet Union countries and the Eastern Europe. The focus was made on market development, on attraction of FDIs, on economic growth and dynamics, on support to marginalized people. And actually it wasn't covered, our inclusion or anything that wasn't covered. And actually these debates, it was expected that the rising tides will raise all the boats, but in fact it's not true. And for many of our countries with a transition economy, we all have and demonstrate and witnessed the inequality, inequity, and actually this gap, economic gap, especially when it comes to the asset ownership and the poor people. The left slide shows this dissemination, how the dynamic of the wealth distribution changed in all the countries. This is Russia, for instance. This curve shows how and what is the share of wealth in private hands is owned by 1% of the wealthiest people. We actually have that the share may vary from 1% to 40%, and 1% of the richest people own almost 50% of all the assets that are in private hands in the country. And this is the curve for the US, and actually it's higher than the US and China, or anything that you can have in Western Europe. As far as I know, Kazakhstan has a very similar curve, and actually very high concentration of assets on one hand, or maybe very, but that's not the only problem. We can also have this huge number of cars. Where do you think this photo was taken? It was the US. And what are the people doing? They're actually standing, they're lining up, queuing up for the food bank. They're trying to get some food from the food bank during the pandemic, because the people are finding difficult to survive. And this has happened because during the economic growth, the ROI was increasing, and the global stock market, including the Dow Jones, is in the highest possible level, whereas the productivity revenue were dropping due to automation and robotization and so on. Inequity was deteriorated and aggravated by the pandemic, and actually, you know, the pandemic that has the strongest impact on the poor, the ones who cannot work from a distance. Discriminating factors were education, gender, my place of residence, unpaid unqualified job, informal employment, and so on. There are threats that the pandemic and recession may create another lost generation. And also, the already societies broken down by non-inclusive growth are also becoming more polarized and paralyzed by lack of trust and lack of belief in what authorities should do or should not do. Well, actually, the experts believe, and there is even a consensus, that the government plays a key role in supporting the economy and the society. And the state actually is being entrusted with some very strong expectations, such as becoming the insurer of last instance, or last instance insurance, similar to the national bank being the last resort economically. So the state becomes the last resort in providing the medical help, vaccination, counter-epidemic measures. So think about the vaccination. You can imagine that it will be very successful, because it is a very difficult, it's a very expensive, it's a large-scale logistical operation, and actually could be imposed. I mean, imagine if it could be imposed on a society or on the private sector. No one but the state can do that, can deliver that. In fact, it's a wartime operation, and the wars are not won by some battalions; they're won by the whole army, and that is why we need everyone, and we need all the stakeholders on board. After the pandemic, the state would also have to ensure the equal access to vaccination, education, healthcare, markets, funding, and other sources of inclusive development. And these are reflected in the recommendations of the World Bank. These are the two examples of what's happening if the combat against the pandemic and coronavirus is imposed on the civil society. For instance, on the left is Sweden. It's a social state with the well-developed government and well-developed trust, which for some number of reasons decided to avoid regulating the pandemic and simply impose this task on its citizens. And we can see that it's a tragic result, that the deaths per 100,000 population is 10 times higher than that of Norway. Or on the right is another example, Belarus. Alexander Lukashenko was were not really participating in the combating the epidemic, and this Belarusian civic society took the responsibility and took it in their hands, and they almost coped with that. Well, actually, there are a number of very interesting examples, but due to time shortage, I cannot really tell you. But how the civic organizations or civil organizations were distributing the PPE, the masks, the medications, and so on. This is excellent examples of self-organizations, but as a result, you have some tensions that has been going on in Belarus for quite a while, and the people disagreed with, the authorities withdrawing from the fight, and the key factors for the protests were this that we observed.
Страхи, связанные с идеей большого государства, которое часто вызывает недоверие.
Very often there's lack of trust and associated to the big brother and other totalitarian images come in the form of the state. Many societies don't trust the state. In fact, that's not the case. It's distrust to their own ability to trust the state. And let's talk about social capital, theme of this conference. The essence of self-organization is capital, ability to work together for a common goal. And many consider capital as an alternative to the state. But we shouldn't forget that authoritarian regimes very often support this type of outlook, as social capital may be used for political self-organization, while authoritarian regimes prefer to co-opt civil society, as it happened partially in Belarus, allow it to step in, but not in political area. Now, this is an illustration that shows that social capital and state are not alternatives to each other. They don't replace each other. Here in my presentation, we see now the theme of trust. You could see it in the market, also its impact on the markets, as was in the previous section. We believe that self-organization is an alternative to the state. We can expect the more trust, the ability to self-organize in society, the more there will be non-governmental economy, and in the shadow sector, because it happens outside of the government control. But we see the size of shadow economy and trust, they're negatively related. No, if you consider the social capital replace state, we can see negative correlation between trust and the scale of social programs financed by the state. But in fact, we see that it's more of a positive correlation. This picture also doesn't prove the thesis that the government is the only alternative. In fact, we're talking about interaction of the state and society. And most likely we need to recognize that successful inclusive development is impossible without a capable state capable to accumulate significant resources and realize large-scale programs such as fiscal, legal, and administrative capacities. The goal of the society is not to replace some ineffective, resourceless, or corrupt state, but rather to act as a fully fledged partner to the state, demanding customer of government services and control to ensure accountability. This role also requires collective action, collective collaboration, and it needs capital, social capital, that which is a result of civic culture. A recently published book, no, corridor leads to a situation that there is successful development, maybe in a narrow corridor where the state and society interact fully. It's important that there should be cooperation, trust, and public control. Due to lack of time, I will not read out the quote from AlmaU and Robinson. So things need to be balanced. A strong state should coexist with a strong civil society that should continuously compete. They should be racing each other. And this illustration of Alice and the Queen of Hearts is a good illustration. And I'm finalizing my presentation. I'm practically running out of time. But the work of this economist shows that an important factor of development uh, is the level of trust and cohesion in the society, being an aggregate of several indicators. On the one hand, trust among citizens, so the bottom level grassroots, of which my colleague Adarkhanova spoke, also the level of economic inequality and polarization. We see that the countries with high level cohesion grow faster, significantly faster. The vertical scale is logarithmical than the countries that do not have such cohesion. And it's very important that a driver of cohesion in society is trust. And in this conference, we spoke a lot of trust government institutions, but the first thing is trust among people. And this graph to the left shows the correlation with the scale of participation of individuals in different initiatives. And here we see correlation of civil participation. That is exactly the interaction with the state in a narrow corridor, of which Asimoglu and Robinson wrote in their book. And the last thing I'd like to mention, in fact, there's a lot of grounds for optimism for Kazakhstan because you're a wonderful country, and I congratulate you with the coming Independence Day. There are actually a lot of comparative advantages due to the high level of trust among citizens, among individuals. So in this picture, this data must have been bought from the World Survey, and we see that Kazakhstan actually is a leader. This is a trust level, at least in this geopolitical region. Kazakhstan is leading with this trust, but the same graph also tells us that trust is strongly correlated with economic well-being, which you can see along the horizontal axis. And again, this last slide also shows that this trust is quite actively used in Kazakhstan. If we were to extrapolate this cloud, we'll get a curve that Kazakhstan is following that curve. So this gap is what country can overcome to if it is to properly use the potential of trust and ensure effective dialogue and effective interaction with a strong civil society and a strong, capable and resourceful state on the path of inclusive development. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Polishuk, for your brief but really highly thought-provoking considerations. Now, our next speaker is the ambassador of the Austrian Republic in Kazakhstan, and he has a really interesting title for his speech, which is For Sustainability with Love. So please let me give the stage to Will Campbell.
Thank you very much. Let me start with a quote by Mahatma Gandhi. Where there is love, there's life, which I find most relevant when looking at the interrelationship between the social capital and sustainability, and thus in the context of the implementation of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. Social capital can be defined as effective functioning of social groups, so through interpersonal relationships, a shared sense of identity, a shared understanding, shared norms, shared values, trust, cooperation, and reciprocity. A lot of those functions are equally found in our understanding of love in the larger sense. Thus, we have to look at measuring the value of resources, both tangible, for instance, public space, private property, and intangible, for instance, the actors or the degree and the quality of human relations. And the impact that these relationships have on the resources involved. Only then, I would argue, we will be able to understand where we find ourselves on the path of SDG implementation overall, meaning if our social world capital is able to produce the public goods defined in the SDGs for a common purpose. Let me start with goal number 17, partnerships for the goals, as this should be seen as one of the enabling mechanisms of implementing them. By 2040-2050, we will witness around 70 to 75% of our populations living in cities or in regional conglomerations. This means, on the one hand, that apart from goal delivery, the human factor, namely social capital, will play a major role when handing out common public goods. The scarcity of resources, the often difficult access, for instance, the outskirts of megacities, or handicap of persons, and the ongoing population growth need a positive human factor approach in order to allow for delivery for all and to all. On the other hand, it needs partnerships for ensuring delivery is not only left to governments, international organizations, and NGOs, but that other settings, institutional partners, as socially responsible bodies, and humans are part and parcel of this exercise. These include industry and companies, banking, insurance, transport, trade, energy, to name a few, business circles, philanthropic circles, wealthy individuals, and finally, each and every one of us. This is the social capital responsibility of each and every one in his personal, private, family, clan, if I may turn to Kazakhstan, business, public, political, or any other function, including his or her digital personality. Partnerships should best be pragmatic, delivery-prone, transparent, sustainable, meaning long-term and public social responsibility-prone, real partnering on an equal footing, and tax-deductible where possible. Let me turn to goal number 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions, as it offers the underlying environment on which to build the future of the implementation of all the goals in all their aspects. Peace, justice, and strong institutions are at the core of human relations, and thus human interaction in general. This means that we are not only looking at established relations among individuals and groups, but at overall community settings that treat the same action with the same consequence. Looking for avoidance of, or at least peaceful settlement of, disputes, and catering for strong institutions at all levels of society, for fostering the well-being of all. Again, the aspect of sustainability the aspect of sustainability plays a key role, as unhindered implementation of Goal 16 cannot and should not be dependent on government change or individual decisions. Furthermore, the purge of corruption has to be addressed at all levels, as otherwise our social capital investment will fail if some groups or individuals are looking for receiving much more than a fair share to be provided by the system. This in return necessitates trust in the system and its strong institutions, as otherwise the inclination would be to take whatever I can now, as I'm not sure that I will get it tomorrow. Let me lead over to goal 12, responsible production and consumption, addressing again behavioristic human approaches. As said, the world population will grow, urban population will grow, and we have to ensure sufficient delivery of common goods to all. Goal 12 spells it out in a very concrete way, talking about responsible production and consumption. Responsibility is up to the human being, and thus we are talking about responsibility in ensuring sustainable modes of production, cradle-to-grave approaches, equal access to consumer goods, and their reuse, focusing on circular economy, and last but not least, the long-term vision of making production and consumption cycles really sustainable in all the aspects. Let me conclude by saying, let me be quite clear. I could run you through all the SDGs and show you the intimate relation between social capital approach and the sustainability aspect. Refraining from doing so, I would like to put it in the broader perspective of human trust and expectation. The human factor is vital. We humans, part and parcel of the world we are living in, the Spanish term medio ambiente, and responsible for keeping it intact for us in generations to come. Thus, the social factor, the social capital, as the glue that binds our actions together, gives them sense and sensibility. Sustainability as the guiding principle, the responsibility to be sustainable from planning over producing or servicing until delivery and recycling. Let me thus come back to the bridge between social capital and sustainability. It is love. Love for the human, for nature, for the world out there, that makes it real and gives it reason to our action. Allows us to combine the emotion with the rational, thus make our actions one, living the SDGs, by all, for all, and with all. Thank you, and let me conclude by best wishes to the Kazakhstan people and the Kazakhstan nation for the upcoming Independence Day. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear ambassadors. You had really good reflections, and I will be very glad to invite you again once more, talking about sustainability and maybe discussing about the donut economics proposed by Kate Raworth as potential positive approach as a way to turn our system in one which is focused much more on human needs and environmental needs as well. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is the director of the Center for Applied Research, Talab. Please welcome Rahim Oshakbayev.
Good day, distinguished participants of the international conference. Thank you very much for the invitation. The theme of my presentation as part of this international conference. Can you see my slide on your screens?
Yes, we can see.
Да, видно. This is a theme of public contract. This is a known topic developed by different researchers in different countries. Meanwhile, in Kazakhstan, in my opinion, not enough attention is being paid to this topic. And in 2019, our Center of Applied Research, working together with the First President Foundation, tried to apply the theory of public contract to Kazakhstan to see what is it like now, what's it based on, and we've used the definition that it's the basis of public life. It gives legitimacy for the state and the relations of civil society with the government, its institutions. There's another definition as exchange of rights and obligations. As the conference is mostly on a scholarly level, there's no need for me to talk about the evolution of theory of public contract, Schumpeter, North, theory and so on, would like to take it closer to our hypothesis in application of these approaches to Kazakhstan. Firstly, we believe that the current state of affairs affecting the public contract is to a significant level based on the Constitution of 1995. We've analyzed the evolution of our Constitution with amendments in 2018, 2019, and whenever they happened, 2007, 11, 17, and 19, how it affected the power, the institutions of power, and how it led to political transition, which is a transfer of authority and the distribution between the president, the parliament, more towards passing authority to the parliament and government. In 2017, significant amendments were made to the constitution that led to possibilities for local executive branch to define norms, and the pandemic, I believe, in Kazakhstan had shown that such distribution of authority when the local executive branch, namely local sanitary doctor, has a decisive say in what's to be done in given jurisdictions. These are examples of expert discussions in Almaty and Nur-Sultan when we summoned famous scholars and journalists to see what their opinions are. Discussions were very interesting. Some of the most important discussions were by Dastan Khadrzhanov, who said that re-entering a public contract, there has to be inclusion of the right of the people for uprising. Gulmir Elio said that such a contract should be like this: you work and you're responsible for your health, for your aging, and your future as much as possible, and we pay you for that so that you can afford all of that. Also, Idol Serum said that the new contract doesn't have to be. Now, how do we formalize the public contract? We understand that this is something unfinalized, but there is some sort of a consensus of the most active, passionate part of the populace, where most of the populace, well, if it's not active agreement, there is no active disagreement, discord with the current state of affairs. And it seems to me that current events of many post-Soviet countries that entered series of political crises show very well when a significant number of people, significant share of passionate people take it to the street when there's no longer content. You can see the example of Belarus when the authorities couldn't timely recognize the existing situation of the population and couldn't act to neutralize and to reconsider its public contract. We also tried to define actors of such an contract. In general, political philosophical understanding is the power and civil society. On the other hand, we believe that there is a reason in certain composition and application of Kazakhstan who are the actors of such public contract, who form it, develop it, and political economic elites as the first president of Kazakhstan, Nazarbayev, second president Tokayev, and generally there is a large strategy of powerful bureaucracy who also have their own interests, and they quite often make contradicting with the general agenda and among themselves, and we observe that. And Presidents Nazarbayev, Tokayev have noted that bureaucracy may stop the reforms or contract general population, where we see also external players.
Well, we also tried to form trying to understand and understanding of what the current social contract is. Well, there can be different phrases or different wording, but the most successful one from the cantonment point of view is that the public contract is actually built around the redistribution of the oil royalties that actually go through everything, through state procurements, the budgets, through oil companies, through service works, and so on. The service sector, trade, commerce. So that way, this kind of oil royalties, they create wide opportunities for wide ranges of categories of population. Our theory is that a country having a very significant amounts of oil royalties per capita has very inclusive application of these kind of payments. And as a result, this oil money are not distributed equally and evenly, and we saw only certain state agencies or certain state bodies that would benefited from the oil. And actually, we do not see anything in transparent manner. There were some activists who tried to obtain that, but even they did so, there wasn't any support for that, because Kazakhstan was always a country with wide economic opportunities. Well, this oil royalty before the crisis actually helps to reduce the level of tensions through different social welfare programs and social support programs that we witnessed in 2019, 2018, 20. However, there are some global trends and local trends which influence the rather stable, the public contract. First of all, that's the generational change, the demographic growth and the growth of young population. Actually, demographic pyramid is pretty interesting in Kazakhstan. Starting in 1995, we had a sustainable birth rates increase. And in 2015, 2016, we had more than 400,000 children born in Kazakhstan. So imagine the small city in Kazakhstan is 200,000 people, and in fact, 2 cities were born in just 1 year, and we can see this big boom, the demographic boom that will be coming to Kazakhstan, will be influencing Kazakhstan. So the youngest were the lower peak of the 20-year period, and we have 20 younger. So we will have this young people that will have to be somehow accommodated. Digitalization of society, the penetration of internet and access to mobile internet is one of the highest in the world. The access to information and the more educated and demanding population. We have the social media, we have new technologies, we have fake news, we have all of this, and it all, of course, affects the public sentiments. The growth of income and quality of life. Actually, the middle class is underevaluated, underappreciated in Kazakhstan by the Kazakh authorities. So we believe that in Kazakhstan we have a pretty sustainable middle class, and we don't see that reflected in the statistics because we have a high volumes of gray economy, almost 1.4 million individual entrepreneurs, and the majority of them are middle class, are representative of middle class. Well, we looked at different characteristics and the share of real estate owners, car owners, and bank accounts, and so on. So we basically can see that there is a very sustainable middle class. And whenever it strengthens, the middle class strengthens, there is always the demand or request for strengthening the state policy and state responsiveness. Well, we've been formulating, and our phrasing or word for public contract and was based on the need to come up with some hypothesis of how the public contract could be agreed and what scenarios we can see and which of them could become realistic. So we tried to divide it into 3 components. The first one is the level of well-being, jobs, SME, social welfare, social protection through the social policy. Second important component is also under-evaluated, underappreciated, is the certainty in the future. Although there are economic opportunities, although the overall level of economic well-being is acceptable, we see that there is there is strong shortage or deficit of the certainty in the future, whether it's security, education, healthcare, and as a result, we can observe such phenomenon when people of middle class or even above are emigrating from Kazakhstan, or they're trying to come up with some backup plan. And the third element that actually also covered by Francis Fukuyama, that's the sense of identity and foundation for patriotism. So ownership, understanding the role of country, the one's own role, and the reasons and grounds for pride, and all of that in aggregate. And of course, that was the expert simplification. However, we believe that these are the components that are very important for formulating the new public contract that would be the future vision, the vision for the future. If you look at the political systems of other countries, when the public contract was changed, then of course there are some exceptional politicians or leaders. They used the visions of the future in a very eloquent, elegant, clear manner. The examples were the speech of Martin Luther King, that, as you know, is a landmark for the history of the humanity, titled "I Have a Dream," and actually that affected many people, and that was played a strong role in changing the public contract. The Donald Trump, as a big disruptor who penetrated, broke into the American politics, also used a very simple image of making America great again in the future. There are also examples of future that did not happen or that are popular in Kazakhstan. So if we didn't have corruption or we didn't have any stealing, then we could live like Dubai, and you can have this kind of dynamic modernization, very unstopped or uninterrupted, unbridled modernization. Odat Khodaybergenov is very talented expert. When he speaks about the pension reform, he also used the Singapore model. So not many understand the essence of a Singapore model, but however, the image of Singapore is very attractive, very appealing. And Singapore is presented as an advanced country, technological advanced country. And of course, that kind of image of the future is supported by everyone. In Kazakhstan, the documentary of a Russian journalist, Posner, was discussed, and he spoke about Norway. As you know, it's another oil-rich country, and there were lots of viral dissemination, distribution in social media and everywhere. And actually, that's the future that we would to have in Kazakhstan, but unfortunately, that did not happen. Kazakhstan's efforts to build the image of the future in a very short, eloquent phrase. There were several efforts like that. The Kazakhstan 2030, which Kazakhstan was presented by 2030 as a Central Asian snow leopard. That was actually a direct reference to the Oriental tiger. Well, we know the tiger countries that were making also their own modernization breakthrough, and Kazakhstan also aspired to be an example, or manifested itself, demonstrated itself as an animal that would take us to the future. So in fact, that was a very interesting image, I must say, and that was well perceived. In 2012 and up to now, Kazakhstan has a new project. It's called the Kazakhstan Strategy 2050. Its main goal is to make Kazakhstan by 2050 be the member of the top most developed countries of the world. So this goal and this image and this actually wording needs to pay attention to. However, 2050 is far too long of a timeline. Becoming the top 30, we understand as experts, as economists, we understand that is what needs to be done. However, this kind of image is understood, but it's not as appealing because, and I believe because it's so far away and so long along the way, far along the way, it really sort of degrades the expectations. Well, as for the current and the conclusions, well, of course, we do have the path dependence problem. That is the problem that we have. Very difficult to change, very difficult to modify anything due to our mindset, our mentality. And Kazakhstan, unlike other former Soviet countries, is very open, very exposed, and very receiving of different international influences. And actually, as a result of, we have a lot of collaboration with some developed countries. We have a pool of experts. We, in fact, with a member of a country program, country working groups, and so this kind of path dependence problem is a big, strong factor. And we're thinking of creating a more progressive mentality, paradigm, and institutions. So this factor is something that we need to overcome, and it's being debated and discussed widely. Cultural peculiarities. First of all, we have high tolerance to informal
1
institutions.
minute, okay?
Well, we have the Bordel's dome. So the modernization is uneven. We have some advanced modernization centers such as Nur-Sultan, AlmaU, and Shymkent. And our colleagues spoke about the rural areas and urban areas, at the values, where the values differ. The negotiation platforms are the elections, and the upcoming negotiation networks, kind of networks where they negotiate about the upcoming contract will be done. This will be the voting or election campaigns. In 2021, we have the majority election that will be taken amidst the pandemic of the coronavirus and global economic crisis and political crisis in the neighboring countries. In 2024, we have presidential elections. Of course, there are different scenarios. They're pretty realistic one, inertial one. So keeping the same vague future and vague understanding of where we are now. They're presenting the status quo, economic stagnation, non-clear image of the future, and latent and inactive or passive unhappiness or discontent. The modernization from top down, so proactive modernization, real engagement of citizen decision making, growth of accountability of the authorities and responsiveness to authorities. We believe that so far the government, the Kazakh authorities are succeeding in the top down modernization. We of course made some recommendations about what should be done from the top-down modernization. And I agree with Mr. Polishuk that I think it was very relevant comment for Kazakhstan. And that was a article by AlmaU about the strong state, string society. So we need to stay within this corridor where the state and the society must balance each other, kind of counterbalance each other, because the weak society creates a bureaucracy that degrades without any accountability. Strong society strengthens the risk for disintegration of the country. And we have the polarization and the weak authority and strong community actually may lead to some very drastic results. However, now we are looking forward to some growth of the society and weakening of the state. And I believe that's something that can give us some positive result. So as for the positive nudging in Kazakhstan, this is the recommendations, some recommendations for the transit economy countries, the big reform together with the city initiatives, how some residential houses can create their own public associations, sort of legal entities, how they can set up the council of the houses, elect the commission members, and we can see that this kind of process has led to active engagement of the citizens, because now there is a subject for the negotiations. And the very first electoral example would be the experience of building this bridging capital. So Kazakhstan already is successful and succeeding, and that will, I believe that this kind of aspects, opportunities are underappreciated. We have public councils, which are kind of quasi-state, quasi-private, and we are in parallel with Maslihat have similar, well, not competences, powers, but actually the level of public councils engagement is pretty high. And this is a very instrument and a tool. Well, with that, I would like to wrap up. Thank you very much for giving this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your consideration and your thought-provoking but really highly comprehensive research that probably will need to explore it deeper, maybe in the future. Now, let me give the stage to the head of education and society in the British Council. The title of the speech is UK Experience in Building Public Trust and Social Capital in Kazakhstan, Case Study of We Almaty Project. Please welcome Danyar Mukitanov.
Thank you, Alberto. Большое спасибо за приглашение на конференцию.
Thank you very much for inviting me to the conference. As Elvira has said, I would like to present a specific case of a very successful project that we implemented in Almaty in developing civil society and trust building between the citizens and the local executive authorities. Let me run my presentation. Well, if there are any sound problems or image problems, please let me know. Well, I will be very, very brief. So many believe that British Council is about the English language or IELTS. Well, these are our main known brands. However, British Council also does a lot for development of societies all over the globe. And in Almaty, we have implemented a 3-year project together with KBTU, city municipality, and we Almaty State Center. Our goal was to support Almaty in implementing the 2020 strategy activities in terms of creating a active civil position and civil society development. And the partnership with the municipality was very important because we needed to understand that local authorities have a demand in improving the processes in the society. Many speakers have already mentioned today that, and asked that's the key problem, that lack of trust, mutual trust within the society, or between the society and the authorities. And we try to improve this process somehow. So first and foremost, we relied on the local priorities, and we worked and collaborated with the existing initiatives. We did not try to invent a wheel, but we just tried to, bring people together, offer some shared platforms, and educate and teach them. So there's 3 vectors of our work. The first was improving a dialogue. How to improve a dialogue? First of all, for that, you need to start talking. For that, we created a dialogue platform where we conducted a number of forums on different topics. The topics are on the right, and they were different from the regular forums. Actually, some of the speakers mentioned that oftentimes the authorities come and they report and kind of talk at you, but we try to make a dialogue, really. We try to make sure that in all of our forums, we had people from the respective departments of the municipality who know the subject, who know the subject area, who can take the question and who can have a discussion, and then who will work towards addressing some of the problems. And actually, I believe we were successful as a result of a very close collaboration with the authorities and with authorities. Yeah. The second vector direction of our activities was the development of competences. In fact, when we have a dialogue, we don't always understand that people need to have the competences, the skills of having a dialogue, and someone needs to teach them. While given the history of our country, given the Soviet legacy, and well, generally speaking, people, either the decision makers or politicians or the simple people, they do not know how to talk to each other. They talk at each other, but not with each other. And for that, we launched the city initiatives workshops. And actually, that's an initiative where we based ourselves on the active citizenship programs done in the UK, so, and proved to be very effective. So we are simply copied that initiative and applied it in Almaty, and we trained 129 people, including heads of different departments and units of the city municipality. That was very instrumental, and many of those who attended those workshops occupy some high positions. And actually, if you look at their communication styles, you understand that you can see that the style has improved, and the general interaction with the society has improved as well. Resources wise, we can talk about the problems, we can have a dialogue, and as much as you want, but without the resources, that would be all futile. And it is good that we have the participatory project that happened at the very end of our project. Many participants of our project have also applied and won even the participatory budget projects. At the beginning, we had our own grant program. We allocated 10 grants, 2.5 million tenge, I think, per grant, if I'm not mistaken. And the very first 10 projects were implemented. I mean, you can see them on the screen. One of the most successful one was Karasu Lake project with an environmental eco platform, eco park at the lower part of the city in the former Karasu village. That was the newly integrated area. And actually, this project is very unique because thanks to dialogue, a very competent dialogue, thanks to creating vertical communications and contacts with authorities, with the government and so on. It won our grant and it won many more grants. Also, we helped them streamline the communications with the municipality. And as a result, a full-fledged park is being built around that lake with the state money. So I believe that's very interesting. And the first ever project that with the help of a grassroots initiative, we create a new public, new spaces that now matches and meets the needs of the local communities, local residents. And that was actually done, that wasn't done with the city initiative. And the mayor, Sagintayev has actually borrowed this idea, and they say the city without suburbs is a now new vision, and you kind of approach the city exercises because there is some suburban or kind of outer areas of the city needs to be covered as well. So we have a number of projects as well. I'm approaching the end of my presentation. We also had the dissemination activities. We had 2 conferences in Astana and Shymkent where we spoke about our experience and why actually Astana and Shymkent. It was interesting to see the difference. In Nur-Sultan, we saw the huge demand from all the stakeholders towards development of urbanism, to citizen engagement, social projects, social entrepreneurship projects, and so on. However, in Shymkent, unfortunately, we saw that the citizens or the cities communities are not interested or are not ready, maybe not mature enough. However, in Nur-Sultan, such initiatives are needed, are in demand, and the previous speaker, Mr. Shakbayev, has mentioned that there is another initiative called Urban, and I'm happy that Nur-Sultan is developing in that direction as well, and it should develop in that direction as well. Well, these are the 5 key changes that we achieved as a result of the project. Actually, we try to make sure that the project is successful, so those who know, that the Q Lab was opened at Almaty Genplan building, new building, that sort of borrowed or took over most of our functions. They serve as a platform, as a dialogue platform where people, activists can get together, where municipality can also translate it, broadcast, deliver its messages, where different discussions and hearings take place. And summing up, I think our project has demonstrated that there is a myth that our society is not ready to collaborate, is not ready to be engaged, is not ready to take responsibility. I believe that we were able to debunk this myth, at least in Almaty, and we can see that the activists and different institutional NGOs, they've been ready, they are ready, and they have been ready for a while, and they can, and they want to engage in, in these different projects, ideas. And the state is ready to participate, and also they need to, they're ready to bring in their resources, their opportunities, but they need the support from the side of the state. However, we can see that as well, and I have a very positive outlook about our society's development dynamic and overall dynamics of the country. Well, in conclusion, I want to say that this kind of project needs to be done not only in Almaty, where the society is well developed, well established, but also in the other cities as well. In such cities in Shymkent, Aktobe, Nur-Sultan, and Karaganda. Thank you very much for your attention, and I am done. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Actually, I share your idea that debunking fake myth and misperception is a key step, actually, to proceed forward. Actually, this is very important. Otherwise, we'll have a misperception about what can be effectively be realized, and many times on the basis of fake information or information that are not currently correct. So thank you very much for your thought-provoking considerations. Let's now move to our next speaker. She's a well-affirmed international speaker, but she's also a friend. So please welcome to Zhenya Kasienova. She's Senior Fellow, Center for Policy Research, University of Albany, State University of New York, and her speech, Kazakhstan Nuclear Legacy and Public Trust.
Thank you so much, Alberto. And it's such... Извините, я забыла, что я на русском должна говорить.
Sorry, I forgot I should switch to Russian. Alberto, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very grateful to AlmaU. I'm very pleased to participate in this conference. I work on issues of nuclear policy, therefore today's topic of nuclear trust, I'd like to consider through the prism of the nuclear issue. And I was very interested and gained a lot of knowledge from the previous speakers, especially on the side of the theory, also Asylbek Bazarbayev's contribution and the stress on education and learning being frequently a very important component for strengthening public trust. Let's go back to my theme. Nuclear policy is a very peculiar topic, quite a narrow one at that, but at the same time, it's a very important part of Kazakhstan's history, its development, and it's integral part of its domestic and foreign policy, diplomacy, and even socioeconomic matters. And in today's brief presentation, I'll try to show how nuclear legacy affects our nuclear present and future, and how trust and lack of trust match the matters of nuclear discourse in Kazakhstan. Let's start with the past. As you know, nuclear history of Kazakhstan started in late 1940s when the Soviet government decided to test nuclear weapons in the Kazakh steppe, and that continued for 40 years, from 1949 through 1989. In the course of these 40 years, more than 450 nuclear tests took place, first in the air when that was banned underground, and for 40 years of testing, we saw serious damage both to the nature and health. But the Soviet military denied any negative impact of testing and radiation. Local population did realize something was wrong, for people started falling ill quite quickly after the start of testing, but they never had the full information. Local leadership of the republic did not really have any chances to speak against the union government, but there were some important episodes I would like to mention. The time when our compatriots, in the very midst of the Soviet regime, people did try to take it to the wider public, the knowledge that this testing is harmful to Kazakhstani people. And one of such examples, very few people may know that, but back in 1957, a famous Kazakhstani writer, Mukhtar Awizov, when he traveled to Japan to an international conference dedicated to nuclear matters, in that nuclear conference, he told about his compatriots and of what's happening in the Semipalatinsk region. Also in 1957, the first head of the local oblast, Suzhikov, when appointed to that office, also tried to raise the attention to the problems of population. He was then quite promptly, under a different excuse, removed from the office. And another important episode, from 1958 through 1960, for 3 years, an expedition of pathologists from the Academy of Kazakh Academy of Sciences, but at that time led by Khan Satpayev, he made sure that experts from that institute traveled the region, namely auls and villages next to the testing ground, for medical examination purposes. This was a very valuable research as it provided clinical data as to what was happening there and then. A more contemporary time is known to all us all. We know the Nevada Semey anti-nuclear movement closing the testing ground in 1991, and Kazakhstan can rightfully take pride that in 1991 the testing ground was shut down. But unfortunately, history of the testing ground is not over. So I'd like to talk to you a little bit about what's happening there now. Now, 30 years after the last testing ground, now we have the fourth generation of sufferers, survivors who continue to feel the echo of the testing ground. And the situation, especially in the countryside next to the nuclear testing ground, is very gruesome. Quite recently, just last month, I traveled there again, traveled through the villages and auls next to the testing ground, and of course the situation is tear-jerking. For many villages don't have running water, don't have sewage, there are no jobs. Some places don't have power supply or internet. Currently, at the time of the pandemic, when children are on distance channels of learning. In some places, it's simply impossible, for there is no internet in the village, so children have to go to school. I understand that these problems are universal for the countryside of Kazakhstan in general, but in this locality, there is another aggravating factor of the testing ground, and several of the most serious problems that they suffer from. For instance, with the retirement age, before the survivors of the nuclear testing had benefits, they could retire sooner to take care of their health, but now they retire same age as everybody else in the country. So women at 58, men at 63. Now, talking to these survivors is very saddening. People say they simply don't make it to the retirement age, and it is truly so. There are very few senior citizens. People live life sooner than anywhere else, and I think this is the area where the government, the state, should timely step in and return the benefits to the people, so that at least their last years of their years they can spend taking care of their health rather than further killing themselves at work. Now, under the law, which was adopted in late 90s, and it was good for the time, was compensation to the survivors. A lot of things, of course, are now outdated. There are many nuances that now are illogical. For instance, now, if an individual, a survivor, should travel outside of the zone as the zone suffering from the testing, then that's the end of it. All those even insignificant compensations disappear, they're revoked. But the dose of radiation that they got doesn't live anywhere, it travels with the individual. And with regard to the past, of course, we, Kazakhstan, dependent on the union government. But now in sovereign Kazakhstan, we must, of course, rely on ourselves, both the society and the government, when it comes to helping these people. There were and there are very important, very good medical researches being carried in Semey. There's an institute that works on radiological medicine, healthcare, but we still do not have the full picture to cover everyone, to clearly understand a baseline study of a kind, to understand who suffers from what illness, what's the percentage. And some of the speakers put it very well, that one has to be very careful with the statistics. It shouldn't be oversimplified and used for some as some tool, but a comprehensive study, complex study for a specific category of people, stating that this group was studied and these people are from this group and this is what they suffer. What I'm saying is that we do not have a full picture that will give us a better understanding of the situation. For instance, at this time, it's not exactly very clear with the problems with health. What is the impact of the past testing, the testing ground, and what comes from deteriorated environment and or weak healthcare infrastructure in the countryside. Now, when it comes to public trust, both to the state and amongst people, what I notice is that even within the country, there is no shared narrative or understanding of the current situation. I, for one, frequently hear when residents of these villages travel to government bodies or medical institutions and speak of their problems, there's an attitude that, oh, here we come again, here come the testing ground people, freeloaders, and I hear from them that there's lack of understanding, there's lack of empathy to the people, and I think this is a result of not having a clear understanding of the facts. Their beliefs that things are being overblown or things are being silenced. Another aspect also to do with the testing ground, this time not the people, but the territory. What do we do with this tremendous vast plot of land which was at the time allocated for the testing ground? Radiological, radio environmental studies needed. I'm speaking of the testing ground, not the land outside, not the adjacent land to the ground, but the ground itself. Experts say that a sizable part of the territory can be used for the economy, but there are certain parts where contamination is such that it should never be opened for use and it should be kept closed forever. Now, when some farms started coming up with initiatives, there was a very strong negative response. And I believe that is another implication that, yes, there's a shared national trauma of the testing ground, but there's also lack of trust. The society does not trust that parts of the testing ground can actually be safe for health. Another example I wanted to share from the nuclear present, the bank of Ayata's low enrichment uranium. Just for participants, let me explain. Why is it considered double use technology? Because the same technology can be dual use technology, because the same technology can be used for production of fuel for nuclear power stations or for production of material for military purposes. So it's quite logical then that the less of that technology worldwide, the better it is for security as risks are mitigated. So this bank where that fuel can be bought, that's one of the tools to motivate other countries of the world not to develop their own technologies, but to simply know that they can always buy it somewhere, they can take it somewhere. And that's why this is a good idea. Why does Kazakhstan need this? And it's positive for Kazakhstan in general, for after offering to be a place for this international bank of nuclear fuel, Kazakhstan had sprang up itself to standards, for it requires certain security and safety, and it's generally good for the context of our foreign policy, as it shows that Kazakhstan wants and does and acts. It invests in the non-proliferation regime. And another important thing that is, I believe, also caused by lack of public trust. There was a lot of disinformation. There was lack of understanding what it is. Very often I hear from people that this is nuclear waste being stored in Kazakhstan, but it's not waste, it's fuel, and the same kind of fuel that the Ulba plant is manufacturing. So there's nothing new, nothing changing, but that again shows me that there's lack of trust to what the state does.
1 minute.
This is my very last slide. Well, about the future pattern of the nuclear power. So 20 years ago, we've been discussing, and we're still discussing, whether a nuclear power plant needs to be built in the country or not, in Kazakhstan or not. And actually, every country, of course, has to consider a lot of economic factors or other factors, and to see whether that matches the energy policies. And there are pros and cons, but I am in a kind of in a con side, because we can observe that in Kazakhstan, when they talk about the against, you can actually sense the fear, and you can sense the lack of trust. People are not sure whether it's going to be safe or secure. There's Chernobyl, Fukushima, Timbalat, the test site itself, and you can also observe that people do not trust that the government is going to do everything up to the standard. So, in summary, there are several reasons why we so negatively perceive the nuclear policy. First of all, we have the lack of facts, we have the traumatizing experience, there are some certain myths, there is no clear, transparent information, and also the government actually is not delivering on its commitments. And I'm talking about the victims, for instance. So we have this combination or a mix of different reasons, and it leads me to what Mr. Kazakhmetov said, that education and education, kind of illumination rather, and access to information are very important in improving the public trust. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tajan, for your presentation. And actually, it was related to a really interesting and hot topic that many people probably would like to discover more. And I think actually it will be good to present it again, or maybe from a different perspective in front of our students in the future. Thank you again. So last but not least, please let me welcome Dr. Galim Jusufbek and his presentation, a brief overview of the ideas prevalent in Kazakhstani society that hinder the creation of an inclusive society in social, gender, and ethnic terms. Please, the stage is yours.
Excuse me, can you hear me, Alberto?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Can you see the screen?
The screen is blocked right now. We cannot see. Okay, now we can see. Perfect.
Okay. Because it's in Korean language and I couldn't understand. Just, okay, сделал по памяти. Yeah, I'll present in Kazakh. Қазақша презентациям қазақ тілінде болады.
My presentation will be in Kazakh language. Can you hear me? Everything's working well?
Yes, we can hear.
Okay. Мен презентациям негізінен
My presentation is slightly, one actually is about the communities and society that very far from the political studies. Although I'm a political studies specialist myself, a researcher myself, I've been dealing with some anthropology-related service and studies lately. So what I'm trying to tell you is that when we, as a political science specialist, we took to understand the ideas or perceptions, or sometimes we even fail to understand the processes that are happening in the core, in the heart of the society. So I think it's important. So this is a mission that we have inherently, being the political science. So that is why it's important to have interdisciplinary studies. The topic that I chose and I want to deliver is about the concepts and the way how the tentative concepts are formed, and how they're formed at the informal institutions. However, although you can see them at the informal institutions level, but you can also see them in media and in science as well, in academia as well. However, the notions or the ideas that I would like to look at are the ones that impede the development of social capital. If you look at different aspects of the society, then I believe that these beliefs or ideas are amongst the key factors preventing the social capital from evolving. I believe that number one idea that goes against any science is some understanding of the culture, and that's outdated. So we believe that the culture is that's something that we had in the past, in the history. Okay, this is what we read. This is we are a patriarchal society. You can say something about the women, and that's okay. For instance, women have always been subordinate to men, and they were used to subjugate to men's power and decision, and so on. So we believe that culture is something very monolithic or something stable, homogeneous. However, if we take into account the modern terminology, then the culture has never been stable or monolithic. It's something that is dynamic or even hyperdynamic or even hybrid. In some times, they can be two opposing cultures or two opposing processes that would be part of same culture, and that's the understanding that's currently supported by the modern science and modern academia. The second is the language, or authentic culture. Yeah, I'll call it the yes, there's some specific Kazakh term for that. And however, we're talking about authentic culture. Since the independence, since when we began kind of becoming a state, and during our statehood, the whole development of authenticity also picked up. However, it brought along some mistakes and errors, because we have the absolutization of this authentic culture, something that has to be there, that must be. And it looks like this authentic culture has not been modified, has not been reviewed, or like it's the superior, it's the top, it's the best. And if only we succeed in promoting our authentic culture, then we will succeed as a country. However, again, if we refer and rely on the scientific research, then actually finding the authentic or pure culture, it's futile, it's effortless, because I mean it's useless, because there's nothing. So what's something that we call as Kazakh traditions or Kazakh customs is some ethnic traditions which are mixed with some capitalism or some other countries' visions and understanding. So if we want to find the authentic culture of Kazakhstan, it's not what we had 100 years ago. It's actually what we have right now. That is the elements of the capitalism absorb the Kazakh culture, Kazakh traditions. Well, I have a short comment. For instance, the polygamy, having many wives. That's not covered by the law. Actually, that's unlawful, having more than one wife. But actually, I see that phenomenon as a merger of a capitalistic approach or capitalistic manifestation with the Kazakh culture or even religious culture. And I cannot really call it authentic culture, because no culture can survive so long and be this kind of, persistent. Recently, we published an article in Central Asian Survey, and it was called The Human Rights of Daughters-in-Law. We thought it was a very relevant topic. Then, frankly speaking, If you take any category of people, for instance, such as daughters-in-law for a Kazakh family, in fact, if she cannot enjoy the same right as the member of her in-law family, if she is treated like a slave, like a salary girl, what kind of human capital, social capital can we talk about? This is far from forming a social capital. If some of our colleagues are interested in this article, then I will send you the full version. Let me continue.
Төл мәдениетіміз
Of course, for our culture, if we're to go back only to our traditions, this notion, unfortunately, seems to be bringing back some patriarchal, outdated notions. As a person who studied politology, and I was doing a lot of this service. Now, why did I dive into anthropology, into social sciences? For political culture forms in a society. If we are to go back to feudal, archaic, patriarchal notions, can we develop democratic notions in this society? Will social capital develop in a society like this? After independence, yes, bringing back the authentic culture, a returnalization, invention of reintroduction of tradition. But in this, gender, religious, ethnic, and exclusivist notions have emerged. Of course, the state is opposed to that, but it should also be on the level of the society. Also, absolutization of mastering the language, knowing a language and not knowing the language, giving it indicators and building direct correlation between knowing a language. That is actually linguistic racism. We shouldn't give way to that. Let me give you a specific example. A person speaks Kazakh, so it's a good person. Doesn't speak Kazakh, then it's a bad person. That is an illustration of racism. Having positive or negative things is not related directly to the question. Unfortunately, in our society, we have absolutization of that, and that exists among our intelligentsia, and we should openly speak of that. Now, who do we call a mangut? A man with no memory of his past. For Kazakhs, it's a notion of mangut who doesn't know the past. I grew up in the city, in Almaty, and I heard that a lot. And it's a term thrown around very actively. So who do we call mangut? In my understanding, I did read the books of Shungo Saitmadov. I appreciate his works very seriously. But for me, the mangut is not a person who doesn't speak mother tongue or past or culture. No, for me, it's a person who can kill someone, who can hate someone because he's different. It's someone who lost human attitudes. In today's world, a mangut is a corrupt person. We can call them bribe takers or people who speak hatred in social media, that these are not our citizens, they're not part of our society because they're not of our ethnic group, they're not of our race. Those can be called mangut and should be called mangut. They're losing humanity. That's speech of war, that's slur. And also another notions in the society that stops development of social ethnic, considering ethnicity and nation together. Equation sign between the word nation and ethnicity. But that's Stalin's idea. That's a notion developed by the national policy of the Soviet Union. And it's mentioned from high tributes, sometimes some scholars and some people, only the intelligentsia who speak international language, maybe they separate, maybe in conferences in English, they separate that. It's not a problem for Kazakhstan only, it's for all of Central Asia and for all of post-Soviet countries when they draw the equal sign between nation and ethnicity. That actually contradicts contemporary understanding of human rights. Take one of the instruments of human rights, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in Article 15 speaks that everyone has the right to a nationality. Now it's being translated as belonging to a state, citizenship, but it's being confused. The person can choose their nationality. It's not a biological notion here. It's a human notion. It's contemporary understanding, and it's the fundamental. Yes, I'm coming to close. In 21st century, a nation should be a sophisticated, inclusive notion, phenomena. And a professor of philosophy from Ukraine, I'm quoting him on purpose because it goes against, yes, a lot of people may speak against what I'm saying, and I'm offering this as a food for thought. In the 21st century, notions of history, language, origin have become a reason for hatred. And actually, in 21st century, I would argue it's not an integral component of what makes a nation. I will not take much more of the time, but I invite you to a discussion. Now, the concluding idea. Why not accept the contemporary notion of human rights as a national idea, ideology? So we say we shall bring back the legacy of our ancestors. Yes, it's good, but as a result, part of our society lives not in the 21st century, but in the 19th century. No need to reinvent the wheel. Here's your ideology for the nation. Everyone in Kazakhstan, first of all, is a human being, to live as a human being and to live well as a human being. And that matches the ideas of humanity, and that should be sufficient. This is the idea I wanted to share with you, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Galim. Actually, yes, many times we operate with a definition of culture that is oversimplistic, and we don't realize that actually is a multifaceted phenomenon that actually might have and might be viewed from multiple perspectives and might have different kind of consequences according to whom we are taking into account. So thank you very much, dear speakers, for your participation and your thought-provoking considerations. Actually, we received several questions on our YouTube platform, but we are already late with our time, so we'll just redirect 2 questions. And sorry if we cannot provide you all the questions that we received. They were very interesting ones. Unfortunately, time is constrained. The first question is for Dr. Leonid Polishuk, and actually this question is aimed to somehow connect all speeches all together, connect all considerations that we raised today all together. So the question is, what is the core link between social capital, state, and sustainability? What is the matter that connects all 3 all together?
This is a very good question. Shall I continue in English or probably go back to Russian? Замечательный вопрос. Спасибо, коллеги.
A wonderful question. Thank you, colleagues. So what's a social capital? There are a lot of definitions. The widest and the most practical, in my opinion, is that social capital is what allows human communities work together for common cause. And that ability for joint action creates social capital, as I tried to convey in my contribution. is to an extent an alternative to the state, because the main obligation of the state is to provision of public benefit. If we are to act together, we can do the same thing. Another popular idea in recent time is co-production of the public benefit, what's called co-production. This was the idea developed by American political scientist Nur-Sultan, a first woman who received the Nobel Prize in economics. Both the society and the state can, through joint effort, create public benefit. There are two different formats. First one being where it replaces the role of the state. And I mentioned in some states, authoritarian regimes, they push the civil society towards that direction. For it's an attractive opportunity to just shift part of the state's responsibility onto the civil society. And another one is to move civil society towards politically safe authoritarian regime direction, where civil society will stop to follow the controlling function of the civil society, controlling the state. A lot more productive situation arrives in a situation when social capital is the basis for political self-organization, when it's formed as a civic culture, and when civil society becomes a fully fledged partner of the state. So with the customer, as a customer of civil service. In political science, there's notion of policies. When some niches are given in non-democratic regimes for them to become stakeholders of those regimes. The same in principle may happen to a civil society in an authoritarian regime. There may be a lot of ways to co-opt civil society to not let it grow into forming civil society's position. So in contemporary world, we should think of how it should lead to effective development, a society that adds to what the state does, make sure the state is accountable, society that has political maturity and fights for equal relations with the state. And that's that narrow corridor of development of which I mentioned. That was my attempt to briefly answer these questions.
Thank you very much for being so briefly but clear. The second question is actually for Tokzhan Kasianova, and I ask you again to have a kind of really brief answer. And the question is, what lesson the youth of Kazakhstan may learn from the experience of civic activism that made it possible to close the Semipalatinsk nuclear testing site in 1991? So.
Thank you for this wonderful question. I think internally, we as citizens of Kazakhstan, we do not fully appreciate the value and the inspiration that the Kazakhstan civic movement provided to other anti-nuclear movements internationally, for example. It was just such a high point of our civic movement history. I think the main lesson is how regular people who are not afraid to take on the big power and who are ready to come out in big numbers and be devoted to pushing the agenda that almost anything is possible, basically. Because even though the Soviet Union was kind of semi-collapsing, it was still there were still plans to do more tests, at least for a few more years. And so it wasn't a done deal that they would be able to push for the closing of the testing site. So I think it's the inspiration that if people want, through activism, they can get what they want.
Thank you very much. And thank you, all dear guests. And now, before concluding our conference, please let me give the stage to Krymbek Kusherbayev, President of Almaty Management University. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your permission to have a summary of this conference. Несмотря вот на новую постановку,
despite the new setting of this topic of public trust and social capital, I believe the conference was a success, where on the one hand, we tried to include a representative composition of speakers based on inclusive approach on gender, on age, ethnicity, nationality, where I'm speaking of local international experts, and possibility for everyone to speak. And thanks to that, I would say that we didn't only give an example of bringing together or ratings, but I believe we managed to provide a wide range of approaches. For I believe at this stage, it's impossible to put everything in firm definitions framework. We should speak based on diversity of both visions and results of working with public trust and work with social capital. On the other hand, speaking of this approach to inclusivity, we decided to conduct the conference in 3 languages in parallel. I, for one, believe that perhaps that should become a rule for AlmaU. I just see how it enriches the conference. It doesn't enrich with the fact that every new language is by 30% or 50%, but this additional 5%, but they may weigh more than 50% of what we do when we speak just one language. And for me personally, I'd like to thank, first of all, the speakers who participated not only from Kazakhstan, but internationally, from Russia, and the representative from Corps Diplomatique. We had an ambassador. We're grateful to the authorities who widely supported this conference and was responsive, and would like to also share with you some insights rather. I don't want us, for some of us, to speak with the reports comparing or even bringing up trust to the authorities and public trust. I believe those are different things. Yes, it is part and parcel of public trust, trust to authorities, but public trust is also horizontal trust, and of that I believe it was said of eco culture when we're friends as family friends, 18 to 30% of our people have friendship as families, and that's an indicator. Or social capital, or as one of engine of public trust, it was measured in different points of the city. 100 or 200 wallets with money were placed with an address in them, and then a comparison was made how many wallets would be returned, and that was a form of measurement of public trust, not only trust to the power but also to your fellow citizen, trust to your country through this type of culture. I- I'm afraid we couldn't cover everything in the course of the conference itself, and I was thinking, how is the level of public trust and level of happiness in a country, how are they connected? There's index of happiness, there's index of public trust. It would be interesting to look at the correlation. On the other hand, I have a question. I think that question was also raised. How does religion and religious leaders or faith, how are they related to public trust? The more religion, the more public trust, or not? At least in Kazakhstan, there are at least two major religions, Islam and Christianity, but in fact, there are other religions as well. And that may be a problem for researchers to tackle. I also liked what was said, that we shouldn't really stick to index A. On the one hand, yes, on the other hand, we need to see where is it that we stand, and we shouldn't make it our prerogative to just run after ratings. We are maybe a different country, a different culture. Maybe we should build a different model of social capital. Of course, we respect Mr. Fukuyama as he deserves, but we will not chase Fukuyama, losing our pants in the process. We should study deeper this matter, but that's a task for the coming periods. it was well said that the program Open Almaty did exist and it is still there. Clearly, it's a good program, but turns out it didn't really work to its full capacity. Or the participation budget, a wonderful new program for Kazakhstan. But the majority of Almaty residents turns out didn't even know about this participation budget, that you could really move the projects and ideas that they pursue through that program. So that's not just to say that things are not being done in Kazakhstan. It's being done, but just doing is not enough. That should be presented. You need to engage people. Only then you will see public trust. I also liked what Mr. Baimenov said. He, of course, was a good speaker who had a lot of powerful messages, but making Желтоқсан, the months of December, months of civil development, civic enlightenment, and as historically there are very important events for Kazakhstan happened in this months. We, in fact, were also referring to that. It's not by chance that the conference was summoned before the Independence Day. In 2 days, we'll be celebrating the Independence Day and the contribution of our university or of our community that we're now creating through this conference of within the topic of the conference, development of spiritual and moral independence will be significant, will be sizable. And considering the level of engagement of the people who helped us in the development of this conference, in creation of this conference, we want to create a center of public trust and social capital on the premises of AlmaU University. But AlmaU, it doesn't mean only for AlmaU. That, of course, for Kazakhstan. We want to engage all our partners, Russian and international, Kazakhstani, of course, Asian, no matter where they come from, everyone, maybe even Mr. Fukuyama can be engaged so that our center wouldn't simply elevate the topic, but would start to actively study it. We're confident that this theme will be very necessary and very fruitful for the development of reforms in Kazakhstan. As one of the speakers put it quite gracefully, we shouldn't only just follow the fashionable trend that that may even generate some dividends to the Kazakh nation, but in fact, we need to really dive deep, build an objective picture, and that objective picture should be broadcasted to the people, the elite, and the state, so that we hear the voices not of those who speak louder, but voices of those who are more reasonable, those who are more adequate, those who are more strategic in their approaches. And of course, for the coming year, then, as a part of that center and the next center, the 30th anniversary of independence of the Republic of Kazakhstan, we could do a large, a sizable study and present it at the conference again in December. We should consider the date. Maybe with God's help, we can do it offline when the time comes, and then we can have more representation with some scholars on top of the additions, on top of the scholars that we had with us, the bright stars. And in conclusion, I'd like to say, as I was already mentioning, not only trust to the power, but trust to the public trust. Society and state are not contradicting each other. They're partners. Only in tandem, developing one the other, we can get the highest level of development. And that, it seems to me, is the main powerful message with which I should finish my speech. And of course, I'm grateful to those who listened, those who asked questions, those who listened and didn't ask questions by helping us to be more constructive in the course of their proceedings. Thank you very much, and congratulations with the coming Independence Day, and 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 the collective of AlmaU, our anniversary, we celebrated. I think this kind of conference on social capital and public trust in the future will show in a very well the public face of Almaty Management University. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Никто не хочет расходиться, да?
Seems no one wants to leave.